quarantining now as of Christmas Day.
The fuck? What happened?
Hmm?
What happened?
My brother-in-law tested positive for COVID.
Oh wow, shit! I'm
A
sorry.
couple weeks ago, and
Oh,
all of us here in the house here actually went on self quarantine too because
Mm.
we were just with them like a couple days before he got that
Mm.
diagnosis. But yeah, they're all better now.
nice.
Already,
Okay.
we actually spent New Year's with them.
Yeah, I
So,
just had food
Yeah.
poisoning
I, for one,
or
am
a
a big
stomach
fan.
bug. One of
of-
those.
I'm a big fan of Alex's paint me like one of your French girls laying position.
That's nice. Oh,
Hey.
check it out. First off,
You're just
check
upset
out this
'cause you're not laying
behemoth
down.
in the corner here. Come on.
I was about to say, is
Oh,
that
they
your
both
cat
nice.
tree that you were flexing about?
Okay. Yeah, it is. I wanted something smaller because my mom, she's like, how about I get your cats a cat tree? I'm like, okay, yeah, that'd be cool. And so I'm like, just something like with 2 floors, that'll be cool. That'll be enough for them. And she's just like, I got you this cat mansion. I'm like, what?
Wow.
That's pretty dope. No way.
They're probably gonna be like, nice cat mansion. I'm gonna pick one platform and ignore all the rest.
Pretty much. No. They actually, I posted a picture on Twitter of 2 of the kittens just like occupying the same space, one of the platforms. And then they actually did move to separate platforms maybe like a few hours later.
Mm,
So they use it, which is good.
I'm sure they did so begrudgingly. Anyway,
What was that?
I'm sure they did so begrudgingly.
I mean, they're cats. Do they do anything that's not begrudging?
Well, they're kittens, so they haven't learned how to hate yet.
Probably sleep. I don't think they sleep begrudgingly.
Hate is innate for a cat. They haven't learned how to harness it yet, but they
That
know how to hate.
rhymes. That rhymes. I love it. Sorry.
So yeah, how was everyone's holidays?
Well,
Lonely.
All right.
They were okay. It's just things. Lots of things.
yeah.
Capitalism at its finest.
I got to have an hour and a half long talk with my mom on Christmas Day, and phone conversations with her are not good. So she has a penchant for saying like something that I won't let go of because it's just factually wrong. And so, of course, she mentioned the COVID vaccine. And she very pointedly was like, will you get it? And I was like, yeah, I'll get it. And then she's like, I don't think I'm... And I was like, cool, let me break this down for you.
You know how I got this far in life?
Vaccinations.
Taking all kinds of pills and the vaccines and literally anything somebody else with a degree told me to put in me.
I mean, their vaccines are kind of mandatory in the schools that I went to.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
If you go to a public school,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want
Yeah.
you want
they
to
have
use
all your
government
vaccines.
services?
Otherwise,
And it's like, and vaccines are one of the few things that have been proven to be so effective over. There's so much data on how vaccines are just. They save lives.
Look, just listen to the
That's right.
Sawbones episodes on vaccines,
It's
and
not
you'll
like
understand.
It's not
Just
like
get-
I had a bunch of them early on in
Just
life.
get fucking
I
vaccinated,
just
guys.
like the current argument.
I mean,
against
and this is from someone who, as a child, could not get the vaccines for a bit. Because unfortunately, with the way certain vaccines are manufactured, I was allergic to egg, so mine had to be delayed, and they also suggested that if I could not be weaned off the allergy, that I would have to have mine in doses.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they had a solution at least for your
Oh, yeah,
allergy.
they had a solution, but it was just like, yeah, no, I was getting those vaccines, but just it's like even then my parents are just like, no, you're getting the vaccine. And I'm glad of it, because the fact that parents have been fear-mongered into submission at this point to
Yeah, it's very bad. Quick amendment before we say big blanket things. Just because someone has a degree doesn't mean you should listen to them when they tell you to put stuff into their bodies, okay?
Yeah, please don't listen to me at all, ever.
Otherwise, I'm gonna get this degree and be like, yeah, you should have like a donut every day, and you're like, well, guy with the degree
I
said
mean,
it.
Joel, you recommended sour Vikings to me, and I eat them on the regs, so like...
Recommended what?
Sour Vikings.
Sour
they're-
Vikings? They're ridiculous.
They're
Where-
gummies.
wait, where
They're
can I-
gummies.
Where can I get them? Are they like jelly babies?
Yeah.
Are they like specific to a country?
Hang on, timeout. What the hell is a
Yes.
jelly baby?
Jelly baby. Oh, it's
they're-
British.
they're
It is
like-
British, and it is
they're-
like so
British-
sugary.
The British
Oh, yeah,
version
sorry,
of the
too
Sour
much.
Patch Kids.
Except they're not sour.
Except they're not
really
sour.
yeah. It has this like hard coating on the out. Well, not hard, but it's like harder
Yeah.
than you expect on the outside for a gummy, and it's just like so sugary. Oh God.
You could have just said it was sugar, and I'd have been like, "Hey."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So imagine the jelly babies were instead
Joel with the
circular
horned helmet on.
faces. Yeah, me with the helmet with horns on. You got it.
Okay.
They're IKEA brand Sour Patch Kids, basically.
Oh, okay. I
dope.
should have figured. Should have
They're
figured.
not sour at all.
So yeah, before we get too much started, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna grab some snacks and go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Coffee kicked in.
Hmm.
I will share my holiday stuff, which is I went to go and visit my brother the week of Christmas, and I slept on his sectional for like 2 or 3 weeks, which was okay. I slept on one bed my whole time away from my apartment. I don't know, there was Christmas stuff. Oh, I actually have some of it here. I got
Okay. Is this where I'm gonna have to switch over to the stream?
oh no,
Okay.
that's up to you. I'll just explain it. I got this
No, I want to
nice
see this.
Adventure Zone Pedal to the Metal hardback book,
Nice.
which I'm
Have you
real
read it yet?
excited to read. I think my sister got me this and may have skipped the one in between, so I'll have to pick up the other one.
Yeah, Murder Aboard the. Oh fuck, I forget the name of it.
Orient Express.
Yeah, no. It's the Rockport Limited.
Yeah,
That's right.
with
Oh yeah,
with
Yeah,
their
the
version of the Orient Express.
yes,
that's the
with
one
Jenkins.
with Tom Bodette, right? Or sorry,
Yes.
the guy who looks like Tom Bodette.
Sadly, they don't have as much Tom Bodette content in there, probably for legal reasons.
Yeah.
But it is fun.
And then my mom brought me my mail from home.
Ooh.
So Logan sent me this Brinelin the Moonkraken etched foil,
Nice.
Nice.
which is now $1 up from 50 cents. Wowie. And then I got like a grader's card and some chocolate because. Oh, and I'm supposed to be getting some Hawaiian shirts with tentacles on them soon.
Very nice. Did you which one did you decide on, or did your sister just decide to surprise you?
I don't know yet. She will send them to me, but I will look up
It's
her
a surprise.
conversation because it was funny.
Mm-hmm.
She was like, "What's the deal with the tentacles?" And I was like, you know, they're okay. Here we go. What's the fascination with tentacles? And I was like, "Oh, I just play Magic and have a theme." But I stared at that text and laughed for quite a bit, and I was like, "Man, I could go so many ways with this."
So like Joel and I hung out after Christmas and watched Wonder Woman, and I think it was there that you showed me the text. And I was just like, not saying it. I was just like, I'm not gonna yuck your yum.
Look,
Okay.
it's art, okay.
hmm
What? And we also watched The Mandalorian.
We did. I will say, out of those two, I enjoyed The Mandalorian the most.
I also spent 2 or 3 days binge watching the first 2 seasons of The Expanse.
Oh, how was that? I think I've maybe gotten like one season in.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
I like it. It's good stuff.
Fucking
Nice.
hate that dude's hat.
What dude's hat?
I hate his
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Thomas Jane's hat. It
Oh.
bothers
Yeah,
me so much.
Yeah, it's just like his character aesthetically kind of just looks different from
It's a cool
everything
There
idea.
we go.
I get what they're going for.
hmm
But yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess I need to finish season 1.
What about you, Alex? Are you into The Expanse?
What?
The show/book series, The Expanse?
Heard of it. Haven't read or watched anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat.
It's like gritty, less safe Star Trek. Like if you get shot at and there's a hole in your ship,
It's a police procedural in space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the one with
Yeah.
the? I think I've been.
I can't
No, I
spoil
don't know if I've
future
seen it, but-
seasons, but I'm gonna press X to doubt. It's that first season is just procedural. It changes.
I was gonna say I watched I think 3 episodes and was just so bored.
It gets better.
Like what I did.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm in the process of binging my 3rd series since starting my vacation. So
Smoky
I'm
Bacon
having
White
trouble
Cheddar.
remembering what the first one was that I watched.
Must have not been that good then, huh?
No. God damn, can't remember. But the second one was Bridgerton, and that was just like that was different.
I was rewatching Warehouse 13.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's so
I remember
bad.
that.
I
I
love
think
it.
I think I caught maybe like a couple episodes like when it was airing.
Oh,
So
it's good. It's good. God damn it, H.G. Wells.
Oh god,
I will write that down.
big crush energy.
I just love the one line at one point where it's just like, yes, most of my lovers are men, or like some of my lovers are men.
Yeah, it's fine.
The least disastrous disaster in that show.
Oh, but very disaster.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Alright, well, we could get this Doom train rolling.
That's us.
Oh yeah, are we
Doom
going on
Train.
a big plan of reclaiming?
Big
Bobby?
plan of
Did we
doom.
do the checklist at the end of the last adventure?
Yes.
I believe so.
Did we?
Okay, I must have missed that. Or not remembered it. What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah, because I think everybody had leveled during that session or had leveled prior.
Before.
Yeah.
Did we mark 1? Was that all we marked?
I think we did 2. Something like that.
Yeah. I was gonna say that I definitely don't remember this.
Yeah, because I have the one failure. I've had my one failure marked, but I don't have the
Any of the others?
Yeah.
Same.
So the question is, did we really do it?
Well, we could
Because
do it.
I do not remember.
We could do it again.
Yes, please.
I mean, unless somebody can confirm that we did do it without
I mean,
watching.
we have 2 of us saying we don't think we did.
That's good enough for me because I don't want to go back and
please.
watch the tapes.
I plead the
Sure.
fifth.
Watch the tapes.
Yeah, I could go and watch to see if we actually did it. Okay, so did they conclude the current mystery? That was no. Did they save someone from certain death or worse?
Did we?
I mean,
I
my
think
house,
we
my
did. I
apartment
mean,
is.
at the very
I had
least,
heat in
Omina.
my apartment, and I'm pretty sure somebody saved me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did. Yeah.
Did we learn something new and important about the world?
I mean, between Astrid and Omina, I feel like yes.
Yeah.
That's did we learn something new and
that's-
important about one of the hunters? That's the next question.
Okay.
There you go.
So we've got two. If you can learn something new and important about the world, that would give you the two.
Pretty sure Omina learned.
Wolves. She
Some-
learned about wolves.
Yeah.
Oh, my new buddy.
yeah.
Your new
Yeah.
family.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
I'm
not-
here for that.
But that's also about the hunters still. I don't know if that's
Yeah, that's true.
do we count non-player characters as the world?
What about?
I think it
Did-
has to be.
Didn't Val learn something else about the horn that he's carrying, or was that in a previous session?
feel
It
like
was elaborated more.
Okay.
I
Not
feel
enough
like
to.
we learned a lot about the ice person, the ice
Oh
lady.
yeah. Well, we did learn
Lemon.
that the ice person has been stalking.
Me.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
had an entire conversation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess that she wanted to recruit you. That could be some
Yeah.
I feel
interesting
like-
development, but you didn't want to join up for some reason. I don't know why. What a wet blanket.
It's okay when one member of the party like refuses an offer to leave, another one accepts an offer to leave. My bad, everybody.
Yeah, so let me jump to my
Not to worry. Not like
Omina-
anyone in our group has abandonment issues or anything. Just
I mean,
I think whatever gets Amina in a better place.
Omina definitely has abandonment issues. Let's be honest.
I mean, yeah, but
Content warning, everyone. This session's gonna be just as emotional as the last.
yeah.
So what you're telling me is this session's gonna be a hot mess.
Oh.
I did tweet, let's get this disaster started. Anyway.
It's true.
So to quick recap, as they do in those very interesting recaps from TV, I think this is where we see like snap pictures of like Omina taking off, turning into a cat, and then meeting another person, them forming some type of bond and making a pact to go and kill someone as animals do. We retconned that everybody else got into two different vehicles and traveled to the historic area and parked their cars separately. They got out of the car trying to figure out where the house was exactly, as Omina and I believe Greta were stocking up on some folks hanging out on the porch. Except, one of those people on the porch was like really, really big and part demon and maybe had an axe and was tending to one of the riders who appeared to not be doing so well in a time of day that wasn't for them. So as we jump back in, I'll put it to a volunteer group. Who wants to go first? We've got a parking lot powwow where everybody shows up. I believe I cut to the car doors slamming and the animal folks' ears twitching and picking that up. So who feels really passionate about their objective.
Well, we're now here. Omina's now come here alone, evidently, to, I don't know, search for the house? What? I don't...
No,
Ah,
I think Amina just took off as far
yeah,
as.
yeah, I know, but we tracked her here.
Mm,
Yeah.
So,
Wait,
speculating...
how did we track her here?
I think it was a combination of things.
Okay, it's like,
yes.
was she microchipped?
No,
uh,
it was
No, I
was
think
mostly...
it's between me and Val Raven.
yeah.
Yes.
Thomas,
I think that's what it was. I'm
Thomas
trying to
has
fully
monster
remember.
microchip.
It's all right. Yeah,
Oh
supernatural
yeah, that's right.
microchipping.
That's right. I did my
Mhm.
the site or no, tune in on which worked for Omina.
Please don't
Yeah.
ever microchip me.
uh, you know, you've probably got a collar with tags on, though. I can microchip that.
Ooh. I may have at one point had a collar with tags, but I definitely don't in this moment.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Mhm.
Yeah, so let's elaborate further on our retcon, I guess. So, who was driving in what vehicle? Valraven's driven here in
Valraven-
their car.
Yeah.
Astrid, I assume, is still driving the FBI vehicle,
Yeah, sure. Why not?
and Thomas has dealer's choice. I assume you're in one of
I
them.
would say I'm
leading the
probably
way.
with Val Raven.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
We
So
all
you guys arrived to the historical district with all the old log cabin houses with little panels out front depicting old families of settler times and when people moved here, when the Midwest was all swamplands. And you guys hop out of the car, and Thomas, you get a good indication that your like compass mixed with like hot cold direction tells you that the person you're looking for is very nearby and in the direction of somewhere of these houses.
Well, Omina is points in direction of
Well,
over that way.
this is just great. All right. We can't start the ritual without Omina because it said we need more people. However, they don't know that.
There's also more people than just you.
I was gonna say isn't Jess with our group too now, at the moment.
No, Jess left to go and
That's right.
uh,
To get people,
to make a plan.
Mm-hmm.
and we're about to throw that plan into chaos.
Technically, Valraven could call somebody, but I don't know how that call would go. Hey, I got a ritual. I need help with it. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Granted, I could call him. He's used to my terrible plans, but he also knows that they generally work for the most part.
Which, most notably, you took.
I like all the caveats on that.
You took what pararomantic move?
Oh.
That's right.
I
That's right.
did.
Yeah.
Shit.
I did.
I
Whew.
gotta remember what the move I took was. I have it written down, but I don't remember.
Oh yeah, didn't she take some kind of magic finger
yeah.
wiggly move?
I took from Spellslinger. I took where are your moves?
Yeah, I took Supernatural Guide.
There it is.
So yeah, you don't.
I took Forensic Divination.
Yeah. So yeah, you're all like, oh, we only got 3 people.
Oh yeah, I got a free extra question for that. Yeah.
But really?
So basically, whenever I roll weird, I roll charm instead. I can by channeling it through the bond.
And then you have to roll on the bond chart.
Yeah.
So your options are there, just helping you out.
I know. But also, the thing is, if I can contact Fel and get him and Jess here to work on the ritual, I can, they don't know that we need 4 people to do this ritual. They don't know that I can't use magic.
I mean,
The thing is, because I'm a charlatan, it literally says when you want people to think you're using magic.
I love where this is going because it messes with so many people.
It does.
But that's up to you.
I really like the amount of glee behind this statement because I'm a charlatan. It does a lot for me, honestly. I mean, also
I
above
can't
board,
wait
like,
to see where this goes.
if you call both of them in here,
Yeah.
then that does leave 4 people to do the ritual while you're having a breakdown about the fact that Omina's potentially leaving. So there's always that option as well.
Yeah, no. And the thing is, having a breakdown with Omina potentially leaving, and do something stupid that's going to focus the enemy's attention all on him.
So yeah, you should definitely call up your pararomantic partners so
Yeah.
that you can put them in danger. I mean, to get them to help you out.
Yep.
How did we
Oh,
make it this
yeah,
far?
that too.
That goes so well on the relationship. On the relationship scale.
Not only is he calling up his own partner to put him in danger, but also his friend's partner, putting her in danger. Yeah,
Oh.
You're
this
gonna
is
have
a
to, like, roll on
great
bond?
plan.
Can you roll on somebody else's relationship bond?
Not mine.
See,
Okay.
I feel like when they say relationships are on the rock, I think Astrid's and Jess's has been like, you're driving into that guardrail, and this event would make you further pull into that guardrail. Not that it's a bad thing. You should totally do it. I just think it's funny.
I mean, but at this
By
point,
the end of this, I will be single, and Astrid will be single, and that's probably for the best. Let's be honest.
at this point, Valray was just like, I have a plan.
That's terrifying.
Yes. Just like,
So-
now.
So Valerie even says this, and Thomas's our response is, and who's not gonna like this plan?
Oh, probably no one, up to and including significant others, which I'll probably be calling in Astrid. I think we need Fel and Jess here.
Jess is off doing her thing.
I know, I'm
I believe. I think you and Jess had a
I'm sure
talk
he's got
about
something in mind.
Jess was going to make some type of distraction so that you folks could get into the area, I thought.
Okay, so if we want that to work.
She was getting into contact with Fel so that they could coordinate something. And now Val is going to call them and go, hey,
Timeline has moved up.
Omina's disappeared. I've got a better plan. I'll be the distraction.
Is this the shared, this is my plan?
Wait. How does this work for us actually casting this ritual though?
Okay, the thing is, it needs 4 people. If we bring Fel and Jess in, that will give you 4 people, since evidently Omina's not going to be part of the casting at this point, and we need to get on that. However, they don't know that we need 4 people to cast. So
now, is this? Oh, go on.
So I'm going to be setting up a ritual elsewhere.
Okay. So is this? Oh, okay, that works. So the 4 people that we need to cast, is this per our agreement with Baba Yaga?
I
Does it
don't.
have to be? Does it have to be the four of us because we're contracted to do it?
I don't believe she specified.
Yeah, I don't believe in the contract that specified that the
She
four of us need to
she
be the ones
looked at,
specifically casting it. We just need to make sure it got done.
Mhm.
yes, she looked at us and said that we would need 4.
Okay.
So I don't know, Amina going off on her own, will that fulfill the contract for her?
But yeah, if you wanted to look back over the requirements, I think it had to be 4 people with the ingredients they gave you at nighttime at the house's location.
Yeah, and I don't think it's even nighttime yet.
Yeah, we're pushing like 3-4 o'clock.
So
So 3 or 4 o'clock in the fall. Okay, so
Yeah, so
it
you're
gets
gonna
dark
get
around
close
what,
to
like 7?
you're gonna
Sure,
get close
we-
to
done
dusk
at nighttime.
we also have time to set this up to happen after after our significant others do a distraction. But it's like if they're going to do a distraction, we need to find Omina and make sure she's not going to.
Monkey wrench it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
she is.
what would she get out of not fulfilling her contract with Baba Yaga?
Well, she would get nothing, but
Yeah.
I don't believe there was any clause about not fulfilling it. I believe it's basically like neither party gets anything.
I feel like the drawback for not completing the contract is the fact that like
Yeah.
Baba Yaga doesn't have power and everything gets thrown in somebody else's
But
favor.
the thing is, if any of us succeed, then the contract is fulfilled. Because
Right,
you've
yeah.
helped with that along the way. I don't think it's
Yeah.
specific that you need to be involved in every portion of it.
Yeah, that would
Okay.
make sense.
Yeah. I don't think it's that literal that you have to be part of the ritual in order to have the contract fulfilled.
Yeah, this could have had some nasty consequences if Baba Yaga had been a better contract writer.
Man, if we had actually thought before we signed a contract, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
I mean,
Yeah, I would say your
I mean, I never had any plans of not doing the contract, so
Yeah.
or
I would-
not fulfilling it, so
I would say your charlatan shady brain skills were like, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, but at this point, we need to just find Omina. What is she doing here? I don't understand why she would come here.
I think this is where we do kind of like that half screen measure where like your screen goes halfway and Omina's screen goes the other half and it says what is she doing here, and then it slowly stretches to Omina's side where
Oh.
Omina is in animal form following
Like-
a much larger animal.
I thought you were going to do some cool parallel storytelling or something.
That's exactly what's going on.
A
So while
side-by-side.
everybody's like, yeah, let's make this plan, Omina, what are you doing?
I assume Greta and I are single-mindedly heading to find a big dude.
Yeah. And I guess just to make things easier, I'm going to say there's like relatively basic ease to communicate while you are animals.
That makes sense.
Nothing super complex, but like you can, generally communicate very basic things. Yeah, but I would say you guys maybe cross over into this historical district with all these buildings, and you start to catch that same weird fey scent it's not like the winter court scent, but it's very cold, and you start to catch some kind of weird magical stuff's going on here.
Um,
I think maybe at this point between maybe Greta kind of like turns back and looks at you to kind of decide like what's the move here.
I mean, I think Greta's probably better at a frontal assault, just going straight in, and I'm definitely not. So, I've already got the scent for Axeman. So I'm gonna split off from Greta to kind of like circle around and let her just do whatever. So like keeping track of her position, but also like trying not to be noticed in the same area as her.
Right. So like maybe you slink up against a building and rub against it while like going around the outside, and Greta kind of like nods and slowly walks along as you kind of keep to the outside of the houses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say, yeah, after a while hopping between houses, that's when you guys do catch sight of where we left last time, where you do see the same axemen kind of hanging outside of a couple buildings, and you see them checking in on the white rider who seems to have like taken a knee and isn't looking so good. And maybe from your perspective is where you start to see maybe they're turned away a little bit, and that he's kneeling down to check on the rider, and you see Greta just slowly walking through the clearing, walking up to them, and that's when you start to hear that growl, but as like the size of a dire wolf, it's more like a low rumble.
Yeah.
What's the plan?
You said they're in a clearing?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Of
say
some
like
kind?
2 or 3 of the houses kind of like form like a semicircle, and they're
Okay.
just hanging out in front of them. And you notice that the scent here is pretty strong of like weird magic stuff going on,
Choice.
but they seem to have stopped whatever it was they were doing while walking around so that uh, he could check on one of the riders to see what was going on with them.
I'm gonna kind of hold back into if I can find some small amount of like shadow to kind of slink into, maybe something to kind of be behind so that I can watch things but not be seen. Greta's the Greta's the alpha here. And I'm gonna let her kind of dictate how she wants this to go. If she wants a moment to like, do dumb hero shit and like speak with them, I'm gonna let her have it. But mostly, I'm waiting for her to set the pace on how this is gonna go.
Okay. Are you wanting to like stealthily move through stuff, or are you just kind of keeping back for now?
I'm just gonna keep back for now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you hear Greta have that low rumble growl as she slowly, purposely walks into the clearing, and I think maybe at that moment, Kostitsky kind of like cocks his head to one side and looks over and sees that Greta's just like sitting there growling, and that's when they make eye contact, that growl goes from that low rumble to maybe a little bit louder. Like we're up from like the dull roar of a fan to like maybe like dirt bike. Like it's a little bit louder, a little bit more piercing. And
The anime spark flies between their eyes.
and you see kind of Kasuchiki just doesn't care about the rider now, and takes his hand off of their shoulder and turns, and he sets his axe up next to him and leans on it with his arm. I thought I killed the last of you. As he kind of stares off at Greta, and you hear that growling get louder, and you get one of those like snapping, drooling barks as you see a bit of drool fly from her mouth. And you see that she begins to turn sideways and begins to walk circularly around the clearing, and Kistishiki takes steps to remain apart from them as this circle, as they begin spinning around in a circle. Let's see. Where's some dice? Oh yeah, sure. I'm gonna say that the folks in the parking lot, you hear the sound of a very large dog, or maybe multiple dogs. As you hear the sounds of like growling and barking, as Greta and Kostishiki continue to circle one another, as more growls and barks are let out. But you just see there's fangs bared, and this is like a wolf the size of like a bear on all fours as they just kind of circle one another. There's spit falling out. You can see it. Maybe there's an occasional limp from Greta, as you know, some medical attention had happened recently. But even the rider, that's kind of like kneeled down for a minute, has kind of looked up and still kept their distance as they watch these two pace and keep in front of one another. But Kasishiki kind of picks up his axe instead of leaning on it and continues to pace and walk around. And he holds it parallel with the ground and kind of chuckles for a bit. So are we just going to stand here all day? Or are we going to figure out how this ends? And I'm going to say that's when you see a couple of tufts of dirt and grass are kicked out from Greta as she's going to beeline for Kostishiki. So these two, I guess as far as like game mechanics and jumping in is going to work, they're just going to fight. Let me know if you wish to jump in and do anything. And since they're fighting, I'm going to say that noise that was being generated gets even louder as you hear like barking and snarling and snapping. I don't think I have to roll anything. They're just basically going to kick each other's ass, so I don't have to roll anything. It's great.
Yeah.
So let's do that. So I'm gonna adjust some stuff here. But yeah, then I'm gonna say it's basically they do actions. Greta bites onto his leg, and you see the some of the, what do they call those, canines? Because it's a dog. You see her. She latches on to like the meaty part of his calf, and you see those big canines sink into like the meat of his calf. And he uses the haft of his axe to kind of bluntly hit the side of the wolf to knock Greta off of him. And you see that that limp before is a little bit more pronounced as Greta hops back up and gets back on all fours. But you do see Greta maintaining eye contact with her prey while also still looking out, trying to figure out where you are, but also keeping track of the rider.
Mm-hmm. I will wait for a moment when I can run in from behind Kostechniki. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, you got it.
There's so many T's and C's. I'm gonna try to do like when they're about to, like when they've disengaged and then they're about to go back at it, right?
Yeah.
That moment, right when they're starting to go back at it, I'm gonna try to jump, run in, and jump on his back.
Yeah.
From behind.
Let's say. I feel like if you want this setup, maybe we do an act under pressure.
Great. Okay, fine.
Maybe that's kind of like you fighting the animal, trying to figure out, oh, you want in on this, but also
Yeah.
you got to keep hold of your stuff.
All right. I most effectively do not keep a hold of my shit. That's a 5.
5. On a miss, things go to hell. Okay.
Exactly what I want.
Okay. Let's make a little paper note here. Before we address that, what's everybody else doing?
Fuck.
There's the sound of wild animals fighting in this area. And just as you're like, is that like animals or something? You do hear the yowl of a cat, which I'm gonna address in a minute.
So I just look over at Fel.
At Val?
Fel,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So sorry.
Yeah. I imagine we
it's like,
look at each other
yeah,
and then both take off after that yell, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the bad place.
Hey, so that plant, yeah, so much for that
And
plan.
Thomas was forgotten.
Thomas, you can come with us.
Yeah. Thomas, what are you doing?
Or Thomas can be sensible and just stay behind.
I imagine
Have any of us ever been sensible?
I imagine like after a minute or so, Val will probably stop both of them and go a little bit stealthier, but the initial reaction was to bolt after.
Definitely.
So we have engaged stealth now.
Yes.
Yeah, those of you who wish to be stealthy, yeah, let's just do let's do an act under pressure for that.
Yeah.
Am I gonna
That's
be
Oh, in case it wasn't
can going
obvious,
off?
you can mark experience for your 4.
Yeah.
all right.
As I say, act
That's
under
plus
pressure we're
cool,
doing.
right?
What's that?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, roll plus cool. What'd you
I
say?
got an
Alex?
11.
An 11. You set out to do what you do. You are stealthily
Dang.
moving.
I got a 9.
Give you a worse outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. Okay.
Instead of being a Klingon bird of prey, I am a cannon going off.
Well, that's
By
why
the
I
way.
said if you wish to move silently, you can act under pressure. You don't have to. But if
So yeah, so instead of being a Klingon bird of prey, you're the Enterprise just charging in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. I got
Okay.
a 4.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So the
Alright.
two of us are just like, wait. We need to be stealthy, and then Thomas runs past.
Yeet!
Actually, I'm gonna say you two take off, and we have that moment where like, oh, we should get Thomas. Thomas, you see them sprint off into the mixture of these like houses and structures in this historical area, and you go to chase after them, and you get past the house, and you look down like one of the alleyways. You don't see them anymore. They ducked into houses, and you're not sure where to follow. You hear the sounds of fighting. You hear footsteps in the snow. There's tracks everywhere, maybe people have been stalking through here, but in your attempt to go and chase after your friends, they must have turned a tight corner and you don't know where they turned.
Oh, buddy.
Let's see.
Can I save myself with my ongoing compass? To at least figure out where Obita is?
You know where Omina is, but I'm gonna say the closer you get, the more like the what do we got here? Oh no, did I give you a payment for your animal locator?
I don't think
know.
so.
I'm pretty sure I passed it pretty well, so.
Yeah. Well, I
don't
mean,
think you did
regardless
at the
of
time,
passing it,
yeah.
you still have to pay. So
I know.
so how about we'll combine it. You break into this group of houses and you start to see the ghosts and spirits of the people who lived here, and they come into view and your friends fade out of view, and you're like, I can't find my friends in this group of people. And that way we cover the payment for your power.
The powers.
And that goes to hell. You lost your friends. You don't know which direction to go, and maybe that kind of like breaks the connection of the compass.
Mm.
And we split the party even more. This is great.
Yay.
We're so good at this.
Astrid was fine. You snuck up on kids before playing in the snow and snowball fights. Your stealth's all good. Let's see. Let's see. You know what? A hard choice or price to pay or worse outcome. I'm gonna say that you can stealthily move, but it might cost you showing up an action after Astrid, or you decide to forget about who you left or what you left in the car. Bird, Thomas, or otherwise. Or you just aren't stealthy.
So,
I think with the way things are going, Vel should show up a turn after Astrid.
Okay. So that takes care of that. That takes care of that.
Oh,
You know, things were kind of making sense in a relationship sense of between characters.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Astrid is the first one that's going to arrive there.
Oh
Yep.
no. Oh
Okay.
no.
All
It's
right.
going to be great.
So Astrid, as you sneakily stealth your way into the area and poke your head out, Omina, right when you're about to charge, you see Astrid's head poke out, and you're just having the worst day.
So sorry. Obita, baby.
You can make your entrance, but it will be very brutal to both you and your target, and maybe a bit of the animal will take over for a bit, or you'll be stuck with indecisiveness and frozen in the wake of your choices.
So the first option sounds fun.
So, as I'm sneaking out from behind this house, whatever shadow I was slinking through, right, as the other two are fighting, I start to gain speed and traction in the snow, and then notice Astrid out of the corner of my eye, and like momentarily pause and look at her, look at the fight that's going on, look back at her, and then go back to the fight and like double time it into the fight, transforming into like some weird mixture of half cat, half human. So that way I'm still like covered in fur because I don't have clothes, but also like super bestial. Like all of the parts of the cat are kept. So like really long claws, the cat face, the angry eyes with the super dilated pupils, right? Ears back. I'm gonna go for the most brutal action.
So we're
Hmm.
we're kicking some ass, are we?
Yes, we are.
Mm.
All right.
Which
You can roll weird, right?
I know it's so good. Okay. 10.
All right. If you roll a 10, choose one extra effect. You gain the advantage, so you could take one forward or give one forward to another hunter. In this case,
Nope.
if you want to give it to like Greta, I can afford her some type of thing if you want. I'm gonna say that you and her are like your own pack in case that comes up. You inflict terrible harm for an extra harm. You suffer less harm, or you force them where you want them.
I'm gonna inflict terrible harm, which means I'll do 3 harm with claws.
Okay, so we'll do that. So if I inflict harm, you just take one less effect from it, right?
No, it counts for 1 less. I take the harm, but when you roll harm moves, it's my harm -1 that you add or whatever.
Okay. Because he's going to, I'm gonna say again, maybe he is surprised. You jump on his back, you get that extra harm. As we'll say the extra harm comes from like a tandem attack. That like Greta bites his leg, you take that opportunity to jump on his back, and your harm kind of combines to get that extra. He's gonna return 2 harm to you as he does that thing that we see in movies with very large characters where he just kind of like shakes all around him and kicks off Greta and maybe wheels his arm out with his axe and clocks you with the blunt side of it as you maybe fall off and roll in the snow a little bit. And
I'm gonna spend a luck to take no harm from this, but still roll off into the snow.
Okay. And then I think to finish up the goes to hell, you roll into the snow and bump into the side of the rider.
Oh shit.
I think that was my hidden extra thing if you went in, because I was like, there wasn't much to pay for that, but now we got to get our extra friend in here.
Yeah, I was wondering when that was gonna happen. So yeah, so burn a luck, so no harm, but I'm oops. Not in a place I necessarily want to be.
Okay, so Omina took an action. Let's go with the first person there. Astrid, you see this tandem attack? You see Omina in feral question mark form?
No question mark.
And Omina's thrown off through some cat-like grace. Doesn't appear to be too hurt, but bumps into the other injured rider. But like this is, oh my god, there's a direwolf fighting an 8-foot-tall giant demon man. Omina just bumped into a rider that has probably risen to her feet by now and pulled her falchion. What are you gonna do?
Okay, so last session, I completely forgot about this till I found my note, but I do have a wiffle ball bat from Omina.
Yep.
It's got nails in it.
Now, here's the thing though. Would I have it on me with all that's happened and us like suddenly hearing things? You know, the cries of cat in the distance.
I'm gonna say all of you guys had like your weapons or tools, and you were having a quick meeting in the parking lot of like, okay, what do we do? Where do we go? What items do we have? Like you're doing inventory, talking about everything.
And it's like, and then we were like, we have to find Omina. It's like, what is she doing here? And then all of a sudden we hear the yell.
I will be more than happy to afford it to you, or we can roll a retcon act under pressure of what did I forget to take with me?
Yeah, I think I like that a lot better.
Okay.
You've been hanging out with me far too long.
I know. All these bad habits, you know, for like the narrative and stuff.
So
love
good.
it. I know. You're such an awesome influence. Oh shit.
Am I?
So, yeah, you are. So, hold on. Which book? This book. So that's a 7.
7 to 9. Worst outcome, hard choice, or price to pay.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna say you either have no weapon and you get there on time normally. You have a weapon, but maybe you're gonna like eat shit in the snow trying to use it the first round because it's not your weapon and you don't know what to do. But hey, you'll have the weapon. Or price to pay is something that I will do later concerning your character and playbook.
You know what? I think because this is just such an odd weapon, you know, because my character had a baseball bat, but it's like the same, like a wiffle ball bat was. Yeah.
Well, actually, let
Well,
me
you had a
fix
baseball
that.
bat. If this is a wiffle ball bat, it's going to be much lighter, even with
Has
nails
spikes
through
in it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
with
So a
that through it,
wiffle
it's
bat,
still gonna be
ball
a
bat
lot.
with spikes in it, but the weight of it, you know, throws me. I would say would probably throw me off, and also the spikes would throw me off a bit.
Yeah, I don't think
So
I don't think
I
eat
would say
shit's the
like
word I want. I think you'll just take -1 forward the first time you use it.
-1 forward.
I think
Okay.
that's better.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use this weapon that I'm not used to, and I'm going to. I see who Omina has like knocked into, and I just like fucking like lose it. Not in a bad way, but just in a way of like, oh shit, my friends and my ex-girlfriend, these feelings are complicated.
I'm gonna lose it in a good way. Yeah, I gotcha.
Somebody who I cared for is at one point, and maybe still do, I don't know, I'm a mess, is in trouble.
Hey,
I'm gonna go after the rider with this bat.
hey, kick some ass.
Just like swinging, kick some ass.
Well,
Roll
half
plus
the
tough.
party is an emotional mess. So
I never claimed. I never claimed to be like not.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so what's my tough? Oh, that's fun.
Oh God.
6.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's not good.
Um,
I have a -1 tough, and I rolled I rolled 6 on the die.
Yeah.
so I
So
think
actually,
if you
no,
roll
that'd be 5. I'm sorry, that would be 5.
on
No,
a
wait, I rolled a.
miss,
Yeah,
5.
yeah. So I'm gonna
Uh,
mark off that. Oh, did I use a
Take
lot?
that XP, I guess.
oh yeah, I forgot to
We-
mark my XP for failing my
I will
dungeon
take that
question.
XP, and for interesting narrative reasons, I will not burn that luck.
All right, so on a miss, you get your ass kicked instead. You suffer harm or get captured, but do not inflict any harm back. So
Nice.
I'm gonna say
no.
you're like, I've seen this in every movie ever. I pick up
I
my
can do
weapon,
this.
I charge with it like Aragorn does at the gates, and
Yes.
the rider just turns around, sees that you're there, and just does a nice diagonal swipe, which you try to like block with the wiffle ball bat, and instead you just take 2 harm from her falchion.
Shit.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
And then
I would be very useful here right now because I actually have my shotgun for once, but I am lost.
You have a shotgun.
roll, and then Astrid roll 2d6.
2D. Ah, fuck. Okay.
Oh God.
You did this right as just getting jelly beans.
Only winners get jelly beans.
8.
Okay, your wiffle ball bat has taken a cut to it, but you can
Oh.
still use it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how a wiffle ball bat survives trying to block a sword slash, but you can still use it for now.
It's my wiffle ball bat. That's how it survives.
It also
Alright.
has metal spikes in it, so
Yeah, I'd imagine there'd have to be some like reinforcement there.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
took me forever to put those in.
Alright. Val Raven, you are getting your bearings, and after you see Astrid swing and there's some fighting going on. Maybe you like slide into the area.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say you're not gonna be able to kick some ass this round, but you can do something.
Fashionably late. Well, if I
Or there
can't,
when you need to be.
kick some ass,
I don't know if this matters, but
Hmm?
you see Omina and Astrid fighting a white rider, and you see this 8 foot tall guy fighting a large white direwolf that I don't think you've ever seen
Mhm.
before.
Yeah, no, but I did hear about the wolves.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and it is fighting one of our enemies, so
Yeah.
The
most
enemy of my
likely on our
enemy is my
side.
friend.
I'm going to hold off judgment on that one.
But yeah.
I think this would be a great time to read a bad situation.
Yeah, that seems okay.
That's what I'm gonna do on my turn because I'm lost.
Roll plus sharp.
That's all I can do.
uh, plus sharp? Oh no.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, that's a 5. This is
On a miss, you misread the situation. Everything's fine here.
Oh yeah, everything's perfectly fine. This
Or you
is
might
great.
reveal tactical details to your enemy, which means I can ask the above question of you.
Yes.
Hmm?
Dope.
Are there any dangers I haven't noticed?
Any dangers you haven't noticed?
Either that, or I'm gonna ask, what's the biggest threat? Because my brain knows that there's a silver knife out there.
Mm-hmm, that's true. Yeah.
Oh god.
And there's also, well, I guess you don't know that. I have to ask you of it.
Well, actually, with Valraven showing up, would
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna ask what's the biggest threat.
what's the biggest threat? Probably Valraven at the moment because, he is probably going to be wielding a gun in one hand and might have a knife in the other.
And a bag of magical components somewhere.
Possibly.
Oh,
And
okay.
silver bullets.
But the thing is, we were discussing him being the decoy, so he may have actually given the components to Thomas.
Okay. But yeah, that's a good point. Silver
But
bullets, silver knife.
he would have been gathering decoy
Components.
components.
Okay. I think that's a good point then with that question, is that I forgot you had silver bullets, silver knife.
Yeah, the thing is, Valraven's got a silver knife, and he's got a gun.
Alright.
So,
Mark
I mean, could possibly make the correlation that he might have silver bullets.
could be. Mark experience for that.
Yeah.
Thomas, what's up? This is no longer a 2-horse town. It's you and all of your ghostly friends.
I'm going to read a bad situation.
Oh, okay.
Please
Roll plus
succeed.
sharp.
Hey, I don't have a negative this one, so
No, fail. Everybody keep failing. It's great.
Use all
Yeah.
your luck.
I mean, I didn't have a negative. I just rolled really
I
bad.
got an 8, so I can ask one question,
That's decent.
which is going to be, what's the best way in?
The best way in is to follow the non-hallucinatory footsteps on the ground and follow both. You can clear your head a little bit to follow the fighting and snarling of your friends.
I will follow this stuff and go that direction.
Okay. I'm gonna say that you roll in opposite of your other friends. And when you roll up, you're opposite of
follow-
Valraven, who appears to be brandishing a silver knife and a gun. There's an 8-foot tall man with an axe fighting a very large direwolf.
I have a question for you then.
Mhm.
If I was following footprints, how'd I end up on the opposite side?
didn't say they were the footprints of the people you wanted to be following. Just footprints.
Oh, right.
Also, it's more interesting this way. Yeah, so you see large wolf,
Damn it.
large man fighting. The wolf doesn't
Mhm.
seem to be doing too well. You see a very feral Omina fighting a white rider with a falchion, who you just saw take a swipe at Astrid and is now, I'm gonna assume, holding some type of cut. But you show up, lots of fighting, people are hurt.
I guess the question is, what can I do as of just arriving? I'm guessing I can't attack anything because I just got there.
Yeah, we're gonna say you just got there.
Uh,
What you
I'm
do
wondering,
notice,
since I do know all of the writer's name, I wonder how distracting it'd be for the white rider if I were to call her name.
I'd allow that. Yeah. I mean, you were given a task by a friendly ghost.
And that was Nikolai because he is the black rider.
Yeah. Yep. Or no, the red. Yeah, you're good.
Or was the red?
I thought the red
Nikolai.
died and the black and white are still around.
Oh, then that was Alexei that died.
Yeah.
No, I
That
thought
was
it was the
talking
black
to.
that died.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We'll go with that. Black
Who?
died. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah,
Black
'cause
Rider
he's on
died.
the yeah, that was Nikolai.
Yeah, so you're more than welcome to show up and shout out to whomever you like. But I will say,
Yeah,
in addition to your perspective, you do see some ethereal spirit chains coming from one of the houses to a stump nearby. And there's a whole bunch of what your brain could imagine are weird magical runes that look very important.
That would be nice, but I don't think we have the 4 people able to do that right now.
Yeah, that's
I will take note of that.
yeah. But yeah, you're more than welcome to shout something out. You roll up. I'm gonna say you can't like get in the thick of it, but you're more than welcome to shout at somebody.
Yeah, so Thomas shouts at the white rider, Laura, stop! Nikolai doesn't want you to be doing this. We'll use names.
Okay.
Ooh.
Or if Nikolai's waiting for you, something along those lines, you know. Something very
Nikolai
distracting.
sends his regards.
I'm gonna have you.
I'm pretty sure that would make her attack me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you roll a manipulate someone. If you wanna roll plus charm.
Oh, well, at least it's not negative. Come on, dice. I got 8.
An 8.
I don't know what that counts to because I don't have.
On a 7 to 9, they'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now that shows that you mean it. But if they're asked too much, they'll tell you what, if anything, it would take for them to do it. So when you call out with her name, she turns and sees that it's you. But you're also a random weirdo who knows her name and her friend's name. So yeah, she's, for lack of a better term, a little bit confused.
A little bit dubious. It's confused.
So you would have to do something to show that you mean it. Whatever that may be. I assume not fighting her could be something, but we'll leave that up to whatever's going on. I guess there is no like turn order, right?
Not really, not unless you want to impose one.
Yeah, I
To
was just
help
giving
you.
everybody a chance to use something chronologically. So I'm gonna say anybody can act however they want.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna say that Laura responds in kind that, you know, things are a little complicated here. What makes me think I'll believe you? Is her response as she backs up with her sword out in between Omina and Astrid.
Trying to think if there's any way I can get Nikolai to pop up.
choice.
Or if there's any way he'd be anywhere nearby.
So
His ghost and see if I can manifest him, as it were.
so I'm gonna say use magic is like very generic.
Yeah.
One of the options is to summon a monster into the world. Communicate with something you don't have a language with. There's also do one thing that is beyond human limitations. So if you want to make a magic roll plus weird to attempt to call and manifest
Yeah.
Nikolai, you can totally do that.
Okay.
Let me make sure.
Well, if nothing else, that's a 13.
Okay. On a 10 plus, the magic works without issue. Choose your effect.
Yeah, we're gonna manifest Nikolai.
Okay. So when you go to manifest this spirit, like what is it that Thomas does? Like how do you typically summon spirits? Since you're the unique magic user of the group.
I'm gonna say for summoning spirits, it requires some meditation. You gotta open yourself up to the world.
So you find like a pocket within this clamor of fighting, snarling, biting, and you find that quiet space within you.
Yeah, somehow.
And you call out to Nikolai, and you can hear him. You call out like in your mind, and you hear it echo, like it's going far and far away. And then you take in a deep breath after saying that in your mind, and you open your eyes, and Nikolai's right in front of you. So let's say, I guess the way you want to do it is you wanted to summon him. Maybe other people can see him now too, because you got like what, a 13?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 10 on the die, and I got my +3 weird, so.
So yeah, everyone sees Thomas roll up and call out to Anna, or not Anna, Laura, who names today. And she seems a little bit taken aback by somebody using her name, and you see Thomas concentrate for a moment and summons up this spectral figure of what looks like a Russian peasant boy, and you see Anna make contact with him, and she doesn't drop her sword, but the tip of her sword does clink to the ground next to her, but she's still holding on to it. And she kind of like, her voice wavers a bit, and she's like, Nikolai, is that you? And she begins to like walk towards him with like one arm outstretched. And she gets about halfway before she kind of falls to her knee again. And you see that part of her starts to shift from white to red, as if the other rider is attempting to take over her. And you start to see the hair go from like white to like pink to rosy orange, and then it seems to be fluctuating between those two as she's having difficulty shifting or controlling which rider that she is. What's everybody else doing?
So I rolled up next to the rider.
Mm-hmm.
Astrid rolled up, almost got hit. Now apparently the rider just isn't paying attention to me at all.
Correct. The rider.
Dope.
Mm-hmm.
So I did something. Yay!
Yay! I'm going to, seeing Astrid there, I'm going to not like physically lash out, but like an emotional display of lashing out before running back over and trying to hit the big boy again.
Okay.
Right. So maybe like
a hiss or something.
Yeah. But like very pointedly at Astrid, like eye contact, hiss, abrupt turn away, run back over and try to kick some ass again.
Cool.
Look, I failed the roll, guys.
Mhm.
I rolled for it. It was fine. I fucked it.
Speaking of making rolls, let's kick some ass, yeah?
Fuck. That's a 15.
Yeah.
So.
So
Shit.
you take 2. And then you can take the advantage, give somebody else +1 forward, inflict terrible harm, suffer less, force them where you want them.
I'm gonna inflict terrible harm again. So it'll be 3 harm with claws.
Okay.
And then I take 2. Because fight stance.
Yeah, I think for all flavor reasons, anytime you inflict terrible harm, we're gonna call that another tandem attack between you and Greta.
Okay.
Is that maybe this time, you come up from behind him and like sink your claws into his sides, and he kind of like struggles back for a minute, and that's when Greta takes the opportunity to grab onto his leg again, and that's the additional harm going in there.
Did we decide earlier that it was from last session that it was 2 experience or 1? This could become relevant very fast for me.
We'll say 2.
Okay, cool.
All right. Thomas is talking to writers. We've got Omina making friends and kicking a lot of ass.
Best
And
move
For what it's
ever.
worth, when you do attack him this time, he still seems pretty substantial in his onslaught, but you do feel a bit of a buckle on that last attack.
so,
What would everybody else like to do?
all right. I guess Valraven hasn't attacked anyone yet. So let's fix that. It looks like the knight is having some issues, but isn't attacking at the moment, so that is good. The big guy looks like he could use a bullet hole.
Provided that you don't shoot your 2 other people fighting him, but yeah.
Oh.
It's worth the risk.
So real quick, how far away is Val from me?
Probably not terribly far.
Not terribly far. Probably like.
Because I'm trying to think if I can like help you out with this.
How
do you want to
would
help
you?
out?
Using my wiffle ball bat, a la Babe Ruth, just point out like where to hit.
Just Babe Ruth it.
Yeah, just Babe Ruth it.
Just
It's
like,
incredible.
hey, this might be a weak spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or would that have to be something that I would have to do on my turn? You know, figure out the weak spot, and then
Well, I mean, we're not in a turn order, so if you want to help out,
You could do it now.
I was gonna say,
okay. So Joel, what do I need to do to make this happen?
the help out action would be roll plus cool.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I know, but like to figure out like where its weak spot is, would that be help out still, or would that be another action?
I'm gonna say it's help out, just because you've been there technically longer than Valraven to see some fights going on.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you know the fight patterns of the 2 animals, so that you can point out when best to do something.
Or like point out, shoot the chest because they're attacking below that.
Yeah. I got an 11.
All right, on a 10 plus, your help grants them +1 to their roll.
Nice.
So we Babe Ruth this, so just like point where you probably should shoot.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Like where would that be? Like Joel, since you know about this monster more than we do, where would Astrid think that would be?
Currently, there's a direwolf on the leg, so that leg's off limits. I'm gonna say Omina has like Black Panther jumped on his back, sunk claws into the sides of him. So shooting into the chest might not be great, but his other leg's open, and that's what's supporting his weight against these
Oh.
other two.
Okay. Yeah, shoot at the knee.
Kneecapping.
All right.
He was
Going
an
to-
adventurer.
Until
Going
he
to
took a,
try-
he was a monster until he took a bullet to the knee.
Gonna
Yeah.
try and kneecap. All right. This is gonna be great.
I think when you kick some ass with a ranged weapon, I don't inflict back, right?
Unless you have a ranged weapon, I would think.
I don't honestly know.
What's the book say?
It says you inflict harm on each other.
Really, on a ranged attack?
It just says you inflict harm on each other.
Oh.
Well. Okay, hang on.
Maybe after you hit him, he calls you a name or something and inflicts mental harm on you.
Or
What's the tag on
How you would do it.
the gun for
tag.
its range?
Let me see. It's a revolver, so it's 1 harm close.
Close. Effective at fairly close quarters, outside arm's reach, but not too far.
And
it
you said the
says-
silver bullets were +2?
2 seems like a lot. I might.
Well, I would say in the sense of things making sense, we got to think of the fact that out of arm's reach for us is very different
That's
than out
that's
of
what I
arm's
was
reach
gonna
for a big
say.
boy.
a tall guy
Yeah.
with a big ass axe.
I'm gonna say normally outside of harm's range, outside of arm's reach, but he's a
But-
large boy.
And plus, I probably had to step in to get a good shot at the knee.
I'm gonna say it's 1 additional damage, but silver tends to have a unique effect on things I don't tell you about.
All right. I will say, thanks to the help, that canceled out my -1 tough. So that would be a 10. So I get to choose an extra effect.
that's dope.
Nice.
Gosh.
So you said the gun, the revolver was 1 harm? Then it would be
Yes.
+1 for the silver. So
Yes.
So you could do terrible harm, suffer less harm, force them where you want them, take a forward or give a forward.
What exactly does giving a forward do?
You would give a +1 to somebody else to, like,
For
just
the
how somebody else
return.
helped out. You get to help out for free.
Oh, good.
Like, for example, if he's standing on that 1 leg and you shoot him, that's going to give somebody else an opening.
Right. I think I'd rather have that.
Okay.
Um,
Who would you like to give +1 forward to?
Omina.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna say you like sneak your way around and you kind of get that perfect shot that you want,
Mm-hmm.
and it hits him in the leg and he drops to that 1 knee, which makes him cry out in a type of rage, in which he is going to then retaliate with his axe, and you're just at the end of the axe range
Mm-hmm.
to where that's gonna cut into your side for a total of 3 harm.
3. Yeah. Okay.
Oh boy.
That's gonna be good.
As-
That's gonna be.
You
Yeah.
catch the big meaty side of this huge cleaver.
I can. Can I spend a luck to reduce that by 1?
You reduce it to 0 if you spend luck.
You know that this might be a good time to do that, because I haven't used any yet. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and spend luck to reduce that to 0, cause that's a lot, and I don't know how long this fight's gonna go.
Yeah, it says decrease a wound you just suffered to 0 harm. Or after a roll, you can change the result to a 12.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Uh,
choose to take 0 harm.
Most notably, Val Raven marks a luck point.
Uh-huh. Which means we're gonna be visited by somebody from his past, which could be really bad. But
Oh.
you know, this is gonna be great.
Wait, do you get the
Oh.
relationship tracker on since you have a soul guide now?
I don't know if your pararomantic relationship. Do you have to go down both
I mean,
tracks? Spending a point of luck affects your background and your pararomantic connection.
Yeah, because
you know,
I
I
mean,
don't know.
you're just taking a move from it. Hold on. But you still have to with the supernatural guide, you still have like the concept of bond abuse, which relies on a relationship track.
Right. I still have the bond abuse, but since I only have the supernatural guide connection, I think it's only when I use the connection.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
I
All right.
think, since it only comes from that move.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, if you want to choose someone from both me and my guide's past,
Oh my.
that could end up complicating things nicely.
It gets things real spicy.
Nicely is the word I wouldn't use, but yes, please do that.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a wild hunt show up right now, because that would be fantastic.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Okay. So instead of this big, this is like, a weird version of like Garrick from Magic's axe. It's so we're talking like a staff probably as tall as you are, but
Mhm.
the blade of it is that same trapezoid shape like a razor blade, but instead of it being a straight edge, it has a curve inward. So it's like a half moon, not outward, like a bearded axe, but like inward is kind of my thought process of this. And maybe your point of luck is that you see this axe coming, and normally where an axe would connect with you, you duck down,
It misses because it curves the other way.
and it I'm gonna say it might give you a light haircut, but because
Uh-huh.
of the shape of the axe and you're like just barely missing, it swings over you. You hear it whistle as it goes above your head, and he somehow misses.
Yeah, I probably like rolled out of the way at this point. Probably haven't had a chance to get up yet, but it was like that was too close. Hopefully that helped. Gonna catch my breath here for just a sec.
Yeah, so as you're laying on your knees, like maybe into the snow where you took that shot, and you're taking a hard breath, you feel your breath slow down a bit, as if like you're caught in molasses, and everybody else kind of has that similar feeling.
Uh-oh.
As you feel like things are starting to slow down around you, and you feel like the snow and the wind pick up, and out of the corner of your eye, you see the Winter Queen has her arms outstretched in front of her, focusing as the snow around you begins to slowly move past you. And you see the writer is still stuck there, struggling, laying down, shifting between colors. And you see Kostitchiki shrug off one wolf, shrug off Omina, and slowly stand to her feet as the Winter Queen starts to slowly walk into the circle next to him, and keeping focus with one hand, trying to keep everybody slowed down. She places another arm on him and begins to focus, and you see him start to like wounds start to recede a little bit. He gets a little bit bigger, but then while she's focusing on this, things start to speed up again, and you hear cackling off in the distance as you see this old bony woman next to her house leaning on her staff. You see this is like the Palpatine effect. You see this woman with rosy cheeks start to slowly become sullen as you see Baba Yaga slowly drain the last bit of power that she had been holding on to attempt to break this slowing effect, and is trying to break the connection between the queen and Kostitchiki. And you see as like this lightning battle between them happens. Eventually, Baba Yaga slumps to one knee and just follows over, and you see steam rising out of the snowbank that she falls into her as she just continues to cackle and cough as time resumes back to its normal form. But now everybody is now in the scene. We see the queen
Oh no.
arm on Kostitchiki, her spell disrupted. You see that Kostitchiki maybe didn't heal or heal as much as you might thought, but he's a slightly bigger boy now. But both of
He
your
got
enemies
buffed.
No.
are now in front of you as Baba Yaga smolders in a snowbank nearby.
Okay.
The Winter Witch dusts off whatever soot and lightning came from Baba Yaga and brushes herself off. Says, "That'll be the last out of you, old woman." And she peers up at Kostitchiki and says, "I think it's time that we finally dealt with these people around us." And you see him kind of still labored breathing, like huff, as like a gout of steam comes out from his mouth. And for all intents and purposes, they go back to one another and begin to rotate facing the two of you, or everyone around them, actually. And the queen starts to speak in a weird language, which sounds kind of Baltic, but she begins speaking at the rider. And the rider begins to, like, tilt their head and shake their head from side to side like they're confused in some way. What would you guys like to do?
Because
Okay, cool.
well, my question,
Fuck.
I had a question about is the only way to actually free the riders to actually kill them
Oh, that's a great
at
question.
this point?
That's a good question.
I feel like you should act upon that information regardless
Mm-hmm.
and
I'm-
attempt to
Thomas
kill this
is
rider.
assuming that that's the only way to free them. So Thomas would like to, since I don't have any silver shotgun shells
Mhm.
to dispatch the rider, I think all of us in the party know that Val has silver bullets, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So Thomas is gonna yell to Val Raven to kill the rider
Well, okay then.
with a silver bullet, because obviously the rider seems to be needed for a little bit for whatever the Winter Queen's doing.
Hmm.
I don't think she just needs
So you shout
you know
out
who I'm
for
talking about.
yeah, you shout out for Val Raven to kill the rider with a silver bullet. Is there anything else you wanted to do?
Gonna probably make my guy mentally insane by doing this, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw a hex at
Yes.
Kostitchiki, because I don't want to poke the big bad. I'll see if I can kill off the weaker one, or at least do enough damage to disrupt some stuff.
Yeah, I'm pulling up some stuff here.
Yeah, go to my hex.
And this is from your
The
actual
spooky.
book.
Yeah,
The Spooky Hex.
hex.
When you cast a spell with use magic as well as the normal effects, you may pick from the following. So I think Hex is just an additional effect when you use magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, basically, I'm
Uh,
gonna use magic and use the hex effect to deal.
Okay, so
Hopefully
using
more harm.
magic is
Yeah,
its
use magic is the plus weird.
yeah. So go ahead and roll plus weird. And you're attempting.
I
Are you
got-
attempting to hex and hurt, so to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just got a 10. Thank you, plus 3 weird.
All right. So 10. The magic works without issue. Choose your effect. You can inflict harm, which does 1 harm and ignores armor, but is very obvious magical effect. You can enchant a weapon. Do stuff beyond human limitation. Bar a place or porter. Trap a specific person. Banish a spirit or curse the person. Object or place it inhabits. Summon a monster. Communicate. You can heal 1 harm from an injury. Cure disease or neutralize a poison.
Hold on a second. Question.
Yep.
Is the thing keeping Baba Yaga's house there? Is that considered a curse?
Yes. However,
I'm
Big
guessing I
magic.
can't break it myself, though.
It's
yeah,
big magic.
the reason it
Yeah,
was big
it's big
magic is
magic.
because you're like,
You know, the big baddie.
maybe in a couple of years when I get better with this magic thing, I could do it. But it's
Yeah.
like you
So, yeah,
looking
we're
at a
just gonna
trigonomic
inflict harm
function,
on
only
this
knowing
snitch.
like simple add, addition, subtraction. You're like,
Wow,
maybe.
call me out, Joel.
Yeah, so Joel, we're just gonna do the basic inflict 1 harm with the basic effects of it, and use the hex on it to inflict an additional 2 harm. So 3 harm.
And ignores armor.
Damn.
So
Yeah, both ignore armor. So
I think
it's
this
3
is the
harm ignoring
first
armor.
time that you've actually manifested your magic in a harmful way, other than summoning or dispersing someone.
I did it on the first rider.
Yeah,
that's true.
I hexed the first rider.
I think you used magic to trap him, and the hex's effect
Oh,
killed it.
distract him, and the hex damaged it.
Yeah, I think
But
this is the first
I've
time
actually
you've used
meant
harm.
implicit harm on
Yeah.
something with it.
So when it says inflict
Yes.
harm, magic obvious, so this has to be, oh shit, this is a obvious effect to anybody looking around. So when you manifest magic in order to hurt someone, is it like, did you just like take a page out of Baba Yaga's book? You're like, I also want to throw lightning, because it has to be an obvious effect.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I like the lightning effect. I've always liked lightning effects.
I used to play D&D. I'm gonna cast fireball.
Oh, I always hated fire magic.
Gonna cast magic missile.
So this is Thomas
What are you
attempting to
attacking?
copy using
darkness.
lightning.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'd
so-
like to cast Gay of Frost.
It's us. Shit.
So you channel this lightning into Kastishtiki, and you see it wrap around his staff, his axe portion of it. The lightning kind of arcs all over it. You see like his skeleton within, like that very comical like lightning runs across him. You notice that there's like a black blood oozing out of his leg, different from all of the other wounds that he's had.
Ew.
And it kind of illuminates the damage on his body. Like he's got bite marks sunken, he's got scratches all over him, but that bullet wound seems to have appeared. There's not blood so much oozing from it. His other wounds are like blood is just pouring out of him, but those have maybe stopped and congealed a little bit. But his
This one is not healing.
his silver
Gotcha.
wound appears to not heal. So whatever that was has appeared to have stunted some type of effect, giving him supernatural vitality. Which sucks because he's taken a lot of damage.
I still have a +1 from Val, right?
You sure do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, before we get too far ahead, so Joel, what's my consequences for using magic?
Shit.
Oh yeah.
It happens every time I use magic, so
So I'm gonna say you have never manifested lightning before. Your dark side tag is that you're gonna take 1 magic harm, ignore armor,
Yeah, because
and that'll like drop you to your knees. Like, holy shit, I just threw lightning.
yeah. So I'm guessing I took 1 harm from that too, right?
Yeah, that'll be your pain dark side tag. Because it says intense sharp pain.
Do you get the cool lightning scars? Like when you get struck by lightning?
You know what? We'll have to find out.
Next time on
for
Dragon
him,
Ball Z.
Thomas just throws lightning. Maybe your eyesight and your vision kind of darkens or blacks out a little bit as you drop to your knees and take a harm. But we'll see how you're feeling in a bit. All right, what's everybody
My
else
best way of
doing?
damaging things hurts me. Yay.
Yay. Speaking of hurting yourself to hurt others, I'm going to continue the frontal assault.
Oh,
So, yeah, I honestly don't really give a shit that the winner queen healed Big Boy or that they're back to back. I don't care. At this point, I've gone full feral. Like, I'm not even sure where Greta is at this point, and I just whatever. It's fine. It feels good to try to kill something, and I know that I'm real close to killing something. I'm just not entirely sure if it's me or if it's this if it's my target.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna
You're
keep
berserking.
doing that, which I have a +1 from Val. So there's that. Which gives me a 12.
A 12 to kick ass. This was against who?
Kachdichtiki.
Okay.
You have to say it slow so you can get it right. There's so many letters.
Or you could just be like me and just
So
say,
many
"It's
consonants."
Yeah.
You extended it out like 4 times as long, and you're like, I'm pretty sure I hit the sounds in there somewhere. Yes.
Alright. So, you get an extra effect.
Which again is gonna be
An additional harm.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as you and Greta set upon him, he brings up his axe to kind of block between you and him, and he will catch you with the axe to send 3 harm back to you. But as you push through that axe and you sink your claws into him, and Greta sinks his teeth into him, it's kind of that like final blow where like you're on his axe, but you're sinking your claws in. And as the axe bites into you and your claws sink into his chest further, you hear that last gasp of air come out of his mouth as he stays still on the snowy ground.
That's badass.
Yeah, so let me get rid of that die.
Yeah, good team.
Also, if anybody cares, I've taken 5 harm.
I care.
I'm
Wait,
gonna
I
die
care.
a lot.
I have a thing for that. I have
I'm-
a thing for
I'm
that. Holy
very
crap!
close
I have
to. This is
I
great.
have a thing for that. I think I can help you.
So
But
you
it's
see,
gonna cause some drama.
you see Omina leap
I think
into
that's fine.
Kastitchiki. There's a giant splash of blood as this huddled mass of dog body, cat, human, monster body, and demon giant are just huddled into a big pile. You see the largest form stop breathing, but you see the other ones are very hurt and labored breathing. But they're just in a big old pile for now.
Ooh. Okay.
So Astrid, what's going on?
So, my guide gave me a piece of fey cloth that has healing properties.
Right.
Ooh. Way
It
to
has a-
fucking literally rub
Oh.
salt in a wound.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No,
Yeah.
but it saves
I think-
you.
I think that'll cause drama on 2 fronts.
Oh, this is so good.
I know though, but it will
excited.
save you. Oh, okay. So it has 1 use. Heals additional point, and it's Yeah, it just heals an additional point. It's consumed. So how do we heal someone in this without magic?
That's an excellent question.
Or would this count as use magic since I'm using a magic item?
I would say you would just
Is
use
something
the
like a
item like I
I
think
was
you
gonna
could do
say
first
since
aid.
it's an
However, that might be kind of difficult at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we might need to take a moment before we try saving anyone, because
Yeah.
There's still some stuff going on, I guess.
Yeah, let's see how this acts out, because maybe I won't have to cause drama needlessly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I might
Yeah.
just die.
So so first aid is not a move, it just happens. But if you were trying to do it now, I would say that might be an act under pressure versus consuming it and nothing happening.
Mm.
But yeah. So you kind of like touch your back pocket and you're like, "Oh, I've still got that cloth."
Oh, good. Yeah. You know what? I will wisely wait till this whole fight's over. So
You might be able to get
is down.
you might be able to get her out of the line of fire at least. So that could be something
Yeah.
somebody could do.
I mean, how she's pretty feral, right? So I imagine this could like also come to some. It's like trying to break up two cats fighting. You just don't do it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Or maybe get some water and like spray it at them, but you don't
I was gonna
physically
say that's
step
when you get the
in.
garden hose and just
Yeah, you don't physically step in and pull them apart because
No.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Because it's bad.
it's bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. No, I'm not gonna physically step in there.
This is very good.
Yeah, well, you're figuring that out. Valerie,
Yeah,
are you up to anything?
Let me figure out what I want to do.
I imagine you're still like knee in the snow, gun smoking as this mangled pile of bodies collapses in front of you.
Yeah, basically.
Your nice suit is covered in errant blood spray and snow.
Yeah. Yeah, and probably has ripped a seam somewhere.
Mhm.
And I'm really upset about that, but I can't get upset right now because Omina is really hurt. And now someone's just said that I should kill the writer, who seems to be going through some sort of crisis at this point. But you know what? I trust Thomas.
Yeah.
And
Upon inspection of the writer, you're like,
Is it an attack of or is it a coup de grace? Coup de grace?
This pile of bodies is really cool. I should look at that writer. That writer is now full red ponytail, long red beard. As it's the Red Rider now who has, as you're like, oh, I need to take care of him. You turn and you see that he's stood back up and he pulls a scimitar from his waist.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I think I should probably attack the rider. Yeah, let's try and shoot him with the gun.
This is a normal sized person, so I'm gonna say out of arm's reach is just okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's.
I don't know. I can accurately hit a target for more around 20 feet accurately with a handgun.
That will be an 8.
An 8 on kick some ass. I think on an 8 you just inflict harm. Yeah, I'm gonna say since it wasn't perfect, maybe the sword gives them a little bit more arm's length reach.
Yeah. I'd say maybe I misjudged how fast they were and didn't get out of range in time.
Yeah, so they are going to swing back for There's a chart I want. They're going to inflict 1 harm, and you'll take -1 ongoing. As maybe you go to reach out and shoot with that gun, and they manage to, like, I don't know, clip your hand that's shooting it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, actually, they take what? 1 harm plus 1 silver bullet harm,
Yes.
which is very important.
And I've now used 2 of 6 silver bullets.
That is correct.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's fine. We'll see how well I recover from this, because I'm pretty sure I'm like right next to the writer at this point. Still. And what does Thomas have at his disposal? I still have a shotgun.
You're just gonna point blank that shotgun.
I don't know. What are you guys doing here?
Okay, so what do I see? Just
Yeah, I was
Fucking
gonna say,
mess.
let's see what's going on with
Uh,
those two first before it gets to me figuring out what
You
I'm gonna.
hear another
having to do.
gunshot ring out as the rider has now a smoking wound from their chest. But you think Valve Raven's hand or something got caught, as maybe it's tucked into and now bleeding all over the rest of the suit. So we'll just cover that while we're there.
oh, this isn't good.
You see the pile of bodies of animals and Kostich Taki is in a heap of weird legs, tails, and just a mess of blood. And you do catch a glimpse of the Winter Queen slowly keeping an eye on all the parties around while trying to slowly backstep away in between 2 of the houses.
Get her. Get her.
I'm gonna die if I go after her, but you know what? Maybe that will bring all this bullshit to an end.
Fuck. Damn it.
Ooh.
We're all gonna die.
Oh, totally.
Last session I was gonna die,
I just-
so.
I'm still wondering about our distraction backup and what's going on in that.
Yeah, I just had to figure out. I just had to figure out if I want to go at her fighting or if I want to play this smart somehow. Because I think we need to get out of here. Really.
Are you saying that the sounds of animals fighting and gunshots might attract people?
And in the what is it?
Oh,
We're in the
damn.
historical district.
Shit, I didn't even think about that. Fuck.
That
There are
forgets us
always
every
action.
time.
We
there-
haven't really had a chance
Oh,
to think about it
always
yet.
consequences.
So,
Sheriff Grady's coming back?
There's always
Just
consequences
maybe.
to your action.
mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm going to attack. God damn, I hate saying that. Oh my god. I hate that this is what I feel is my one thing that I can distract her.
Please stop hanging out with me. It's bad for you.
It is bad for me. You're bad for my like RPG decision making.
I'm the worst.
Though I will say it has made my other RPGs really and my character really interesting to play.
You're welcome, but also I'm sorry.
I don't believe you. Sorry.
So are
I'm not.
we kicking ass, or are we acting under pressure to decide what our action will be?
Well, if I act, you know what? If I act under pressure to decide what my action's gonna be, yeah, let's act under pressure. Fuck it. Well, that's not good. I got a 4.
On a miss, things go to hell. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Shit. You know what? Fuck it.
Even more so.
I will use my luck though. I hate doing this, but I will use my luck
Okay.
to succeed on that.
So as a 12, you can set out to do what you want to. So if you want to directly go and heal someone, you can. If you want to pursue the Winter Queen, you can. Basically, whatever action you do, you will not be tripped up by any of the situation that you guys have made.
Luck is my dump stat.
So what?
Except that's not an option in this.
So what would help us the most? Defeating her, defeating the rider, or just like obtaining her? or catching her.
That's a question for bullet time, Astrid.
Nah. Oh man.
Pick the coolest choice and go with it. That's my advice.
I mean, leave my friends who are like injured to fight Big Bad to go after thing that could like injure me more, or go after thing that is injuring my friends and will injure me more.
I mean, both lanes of logic are good.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I don't leave my friends behind. I'm gonna kick some ass
The power of friendship.
with this wiffle ball bat.
And
Attacking this guy. Is that gonna be my next turn?
no, that's good. I just want to know whose ass you're kicking.
I am kicking the rider's ass.
Okay. So while the rider
Come on.
contemplates life with a smoking silver bullet wound, the rider looks up to see Astrid charging with a wiffle ball bat.
I take it, I roll.
Yep. Plus tough.
Plus.
Uh-huh.
Let's not do this. 6.
A 6. On a miss,
I'm not.
you
I'm
get
a
your
lover,
ass
not a
kicked.
fighter.
Could use some more of that luck.
Yeah,
Nah, I
yeah,
think
you're
we're
more
good.
than welcome to use luck.
You're like,
Otherwise,
no, that's fine.
Damn it.
well, I guess you have to decide to use luck after the outcome, or is it after my telling you outcome?
It just says after you roll, retroactively change the result to a 12.
Okay. So this is the
Or
fork in the
change a
path.
wound you have just taken to a 0 harm, no matter how bad it is.
Yeah. So before the roll,
So do I want to hit the thing, or do I want to not get hurt by the thing? You know what? Fuck it. I want to hit the thing.
If you hit the thing, you get your dex, so
you're using a luck to hit each other.
Mm. You know what? No, I'll just use the luck to negate the damage.
Okay, great. Because they're not inflicting damage. It says you suffer harm or get captured, but don't inflict any harm back. So they're going to sidestep you and pick you up football style,
Ah, fuck.
and they're going to begin to slowly limp back towards the queen.
Wait. So, okay. So do I still use the
Kidnap.
luck to negate the damage? Because you said there is no damage.
You take no damage. They
no.
Do I
capture
still- Okay, do I still mark off that point of luck, though?
you. No, because the damage never
Okay.
occurred.
Okay.
They take your off balance to pick you up, stuff you under their armpit, and begin to march off towards the Winter Queen.
Oh, God.
Which... Ooh, okay. You're gonna get a chance to interact with this. But basically, the Winter Queen begins to do more intricate hand motions and begins to make a gate out of snow. I rolled so that it doesn't just happen. She makes the gate and walks out, but the rider is still heading towards the portal.
It's like, hell no.
So, yeah,
Hell no.
She takes some snow, swirls it into a circle, much like an emotion of like the gate ring from Doctor Strange. She moves her hand like that, and snow appears and begins swirling in a circle, and she ducks into it and disappears into the other side. Not before barking an order in Russian as she like jerks her head towards the portal and ducks into it. But this writer has also gotten shot, stabbed, and is not doing too great, and is limping towards the portal. So
Mm-hmm.
I will allow
Well-
you an action to interact with the writer before he leaves.
Who, me or them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All
good.
of us.
Excellent.
Because I think all I can do really is squirm and kick. No.
I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's got plenty of tools in their boxes.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to use
I
more
have
magic, much as I don't want to do that a third time in one session. I'm going to do it again.
And what would you like your use magic to do?
Trap a specific person, minion, or monster.
Okay.
This is good.
Who is the specific person, minion, or monster? Because
The writer.
to be fair, you could trap Liz as Astrid. You could trap Astrid. You could trap the writer.
Although trapping the rider gives us a chance to kill him.
You could also banish a spirit or curse from the person, object, or place it inhabits.
You should trap the rider so that the rider can then throw Astrid through the portal.
Yeet.
And then we're right back where we are now.
So yeah, go
gonna
ahead
say,
and
Too bad the portal's not considered a curse. Otherwise, it'd just banish the portal. But it's
Wait, are you attempting to counterspell?
I'd let it happen for normal magic to disrupt it.
There you go.
You know,
there you go.
just
Yeah.
roll plus
Can I-
weird, and we'll go from
Can
there.
I counterspell that? Yeah, I'll just counterspell
Yeah.
the portal because she already went through.
This is dope.
It's a better trap
Great.
than just trapping because then he can't throw Astrid through the portal because it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll plus weird, and based on the outcome, we'll figure out some options.
I got an 11.
An 11, it works without issues. Wow, there's been no glitches in your magic. I'm big mad.
There have been plenty
I've
of
been
glitches
rolling.
otherwise,
Hey,
though.
I've only been rolling good for my magic though. That's it.
It's like,
Everything
I'm
else has
big
been
mad.
shit.
All right. You can do whatever magic effect you want, but you will collapse and pass out.
That's fair.
Fair.
Looks like 3 magic uses a day is my limit.
I think doing magic outside of your spooky effect is taxing because I have to use dark side tags. So yeah,
Yeah.
we'll say it hits you for another like ignore
think
armor, 1
taxing-
harm.
Using hex on the portal is going to do anything to the portal. Yeah, no. So yeah,
Um,
just regular use magic.
But yeah, you want to dispel the portal?
Yep.
All right. So we've seen you cast lightning. How do you dispel magic, Mr. Person who doesn't use magic?
What do you mean, Mr. Person who doesn't use magic?
Well, I mean, like, your magic is unique to you. You're,
Oh, yeah,
like,
that's
spirit realm. Do you just, like, focus your mind and just smear it aside as if it was, like, snow on a window?
Let's go if just you trying to use regular, everyday, not weird meme magic. We're gonna go with my hands glow for this one.
Okay. You channel your inner lurper as you're just, like...
Lurper. Yep.
You hear Thomas mutter, counter spell, and his hands glow a vibrant bluish green, and the portal slowly slows down like a snow globe, and then the snow just holds in place and drops to the ground. And Thomas also drops to the ground as the rider stops in his tracks and turns to face everyone a little bit panicked.
Good luck, everyone. I've done what I can.
Oh,
Pretty good,
uh-huh.
though.
And
This
with
is
that,
pretty
I'm
good.
gonna
I'm
get to
very
the bathroom
Yeah,
right
that's-
quick.
That was
Seems like a
that's
perfect
clutch.
time.
All right.
All right. So
You can totally kick and scream in his grasp if you want. Maybe, I think punching is an action. You could also channel your best friend. I don't know how pararomantics work. Help me.
that's a good question. I mean, that's a very good question because I thought monster empathy to figure out what would distract it, but it was just like,
I mean, Thomas was able to distract it with its past. I would imagine you could do that.
Hmm.
Actually, monster
Ah,
empathy
fuck.
is like real
So
good.
I did not take the thing that lets me call up my guide.
Okay.
So I figured we weren't that far along in the relationship yet.
But yeah, monster empathy seems good if you want to roll that.
I mean, the Fey phone has always been an option, but you know.
I mean, my hands are literally not
No, no, no.
tied, but
I meant like the whole calling up a guide thing, and it's just like, well, the Fey phone has always been an option before. I mean, it's never been this urgent of a situation, probably.
Yeah. Monster empathy. When you try to work out what a supernatural creature desires, roll plus charm. And you can hold 2 or hold 1. What does it desire? What would it accept as good enough for now? What would distract it?
that doesn't work in this case. I mean,
Why wouldn't it?
well, because like I mean, it's pretty much already thrown through a loop by the portal shutting.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna keep you from using the tools in your toolbox. If you use
I know, but I feel like there's like a better use for that.
Okay. I'm just saying, if you want to, I can definitely come up with something.
Okay. What about the regular toolbox?
Also, Joel, did I just pull a Mega Man?
Yes, but
Dispel!
well, it was more like use magic to track, navigate through spirits, literally throw lightning, and then counterspell a portal made by an actual magic user.
No, the 3 uses was conjure, spirit, lightning, dispel portal. So I didn't actually use magic to find everybody. I just read a bad situation for that one.
Well, while Astrid contemplates what she's gonna do next, Mina is gonna stagger to her feet and go for the only target available to her, which is the rider.
Okay.
To kick some ass.
And there, Valraven was hoping that she would stay down for just a second.
She never fell unconscious.
I know.
She's just got to pull the axe out of her stomach. It's fine.
Oh my God.
Everything's great.
Bel's not okay with this. Bel's just not okay. Not okay at all right now.
It's fine. Emotions suck.
Yeah.
So Joel.
I think that's the theme of this campaign. Or sub-theme.
It's my vulnerability. Joel, I have preternatural speed, so catching up to the knight carrying a package should not be a problem.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to continue doing what I've been very effective at doing, which is hurting other things and people.
Okay.
God damn it. Just saying that on
this
so
is
many
what
levels.
I said for.
So you're rolling to kick some ass.
Yes, I rolled an 8.
Okay. I think you just inflict harm on one another, and you're unstable, right?
Oh, I'm incredibly unstable.
Okay. I think the unstable's gonna add an extra harm for a total of 2. And you deal like what, 2 or 3?
So I deal, if I'm using claws, I'll deal 2 because I only rolled an 8. And if I take 2, hang on. If I take 2, that puts me up to 7, and
Okay.
8 is what kills you. So yes.
But don't you have something that like reduces your damage?
No. I don't reduce the damage I take. I reduce the effect of it on me.
Holy shit.
It's fine. I'm not dead yet.
Is that
Yeah,
where
so
we're going?
you're attacking. You're attacking this thing, right?
Yes, I have successfully attacked this thing for
Okay.
2
You know what?
harm.
So the 2 is actually gonna bring it to its knees, and it will actually die.
Oh,
And then you receive 2, which brings
And I
you
will.
to 1 health effectively.
Yeah, if I take
Yeah.
any more damage whatsoever, I'm dead. And
Hello,
also, I have wounds that
Val
will
is-
kill me.
Val is immediately rendering first aid.
So I'm unconscious.
Yeah.
Like,
I have a magical.
immediately.
I have a magical hanky
Yeah,
that
Val
might be able to help.
is rendering first aid if the hanky does extra, great, but yeah.
It gives you 1 extra. Thank you very much.
Hanky of ouchies, I get you.
Hanky of ouchies.
Shit, can I roll something to see if I do like a bit more can I do more healing? I don't know.
If I receive
Uh,
healing, I'll heal an extra harm.
Yeah.
That is a thing I do have.
Okay, so
Omina basically wriggles out from underneath this body and axe, effectively like post-mortem lunges at the rider, sinks her claws into its chest, and it falls back and lets out that last raspy breath into the cold night air. And then Omina just slinks and passes out, claws in chest. And I guess Astrid falls to the ground too.
oh, okay. It's like, yeah, I guess she falls.
Fully conscious of everything happening.
Oops, my bad.
Yeah, and Val is just kind of like desperately staunching wounds and ripping up his shirt even more in order to bandage things so that she doesn't bleed out before they can get to the first aid kit.
I'm stumbling over there with my magic hanky.
Hey Joel, is it snowing very much right now?
Yes, it is quite snowy. In fact.
How visible is Thomas in the snow at the moment?
No, Thomas.
I'm just wondering how piled on the snow is getting on top of Thomas.
If everybody wasn't outlined in a halo of red from having taken damage, you would be difficult to spot. But
and there's Fel as the least damaged person, just kind of Val going,
I think.
God damn it! I wish Fel was here right now.
I think you could.
That's okay. I only have 2 harm on me at this point, so I'm actually fine. I'm just unconscious.
Val only has 1 harm, but everyone else is just like.
I think you could do first aid on Omina, but I don't think you can do it multiple times. So if you want to collaborate with Astrid to use magical hanky of first aid, that's fine.
Well, here's the question: like, how bad is Thomas?
Oh, Thomas is fine. He's
Too
just
hard.
unconscious.
So he's
Oh,
not even
okay.
unstable
I just
yet.
wanted to
Yeah.
point out the comedic effect of the fact that snow is probably starting to pile up.
True.
On him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you go to check Thomas and roll him over, he's got like 2 big streaks of blood coming out of his nose and a little bit streaming from his eyes, but
Mhm.
he's breathing and conscious.
If
very
you
cold.
can, Val, if you can do 1, and the magical hanky does 1, and I'll heal an additional, that's 3, and I'm still unstable.
And it is very cold out. And if you stay out in the cold, you might take another harm.
That's true. The good
Which
news is I
means-
passed out, so I'm not going to try to transform again and make my shit worse.
Which
But
means
also, my insides are outside right now.
we have to take a stop at the hospital or
Or the vet.
The vet.
or the vet,
Yeah.
some kind of
So-
medical professional, so
How
that
does-
Did Thomas tell us that he took Omina to the vet?
yeah, I believe he did.
Okay.
Oh, take me back to the vet. She was hella cute.
She was. Oh my gosh.
This is
So-
how I develop a new relationship.
Hey,
So-
hey, Joe. Quick
yeah.
question there.
Mhm.
What's Greta doing?
Oh shit!
Greta is laying on the ground, breathing quite laboredly. That's a word. I made it up.
We
It's
could
good.
take Greta to the vet too.
And
Yeah, we need to take some people to the vet and
So what did you say earlier, Val Raven? You wished Fell were here.
yeah.
So you wish that, and you think for a bit, and you see Fell in like a police officer's uniform,
No.
and you see him with like a roll of yellow tape, wrapping it around one of the nearby buildings and running to the next building. As
So
you guys
fun.
are tending wounds to everybody else around here,
Just
you
cordoning
see
off the entire
Fell
courtyard
running
there?
around, cordoning off places. You start to hear sirens in the distance, and you see another much taller, slender figure in a trench coat pushing back uniformed police officers arriving at the
in
scene.
CIA mode.
Oh
It's-
god,
And
this is so
whatever
bad.
distraction
The
they
eye
had
mode.
planned seem to have gotten interrupted, but for the moment it seems like they're cordoning off the place.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So
It's like if Fel gets close enough, Val's just gonna say, "It was not my fault this time."
It was all my fault. This whole thing was my fault.
you if you do say that to Fell as he's running around, he's like, I can't talk. I'm playing with human shit right now, and he like grabs the
Aw.
drill and is running around.
It's just
I
like
don't feel-
I'm just gonna be going to the nearest vet with these two.
He glances behind him and he's like, I don't know if you guys can get out of here. Our plan went to shit when you guys did stuff. You might, I don't know, you'd have to like hide in a cab. It's rough right now. And he takes off with the cordoning off tape.
All right. I see. Have we already healed Amina yet?
Yeah, that
I-
hasn't actually occurred.
Somebody
Yeah.
see if they can
No, I thought
unconscious me.
we were healing Omina. We were healing her for.
I don't know how you were gonna do it though.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't know
say-
how
I
you're
was
doing
saying-
it. I'm putting the hanky over the wound.
I was saying that
Bad
Val was
wounds.
Val was ripping up more of his shirt and stuff since his outfit is already ruined and has been bandaging Omina's wounds, stopping the flow, blood flow.
Yeah, if you want to pick up the +3 not dying, that's fine. I'm gonna say during this like panic of police moving onto the scene, you guys can administer first aid to Amina, probably rouse Thomas. But there's a lot of blood, there's a lot of dead bodies. It looks like Jess is keeping people from the scene. Fell is like cordoning off the area. So I don't know so much about leaving as it is just giving you guys a moment to get your shit together.
I will take the +3 to not dying.
And actually, I'm gonna retcon something real quick. Astrid, when you get up from the rider, there's a second horn laying at the rider's side.
A second. I grab the horn.
But yeah, there's a bunch of dead bodies. The police are cordoned off outside. It's very cold. Everybody's kind of counting bodies and everything. Is
Am I
there
now
a
awake?
plan of action here?
How are we gonna get out, guys?
It's like Thomas
don't
is
think we
still
do.
okay. Astrid,
Yes.
you are the least hurt, correct?
Yeah.
Physically.
Yeah. Physically. Yeah.
Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to try and get you to the car so that you can get into some sort of animal control uniform. You get
What? I don't have. Do we
I-
have an animal control uniforms in there?
it's like
There probably is one.
Just this car had a lot of stuff. There's probably something that will look at least a little bit official. What you need to do is, if they try and stop you, tell them
God.
you're from animal control, and you're taking the wolf, and try and get Omina as well.
So as these like words are just pouring from your mouth, you do hear the sound of like creaking hinges nearby as you see a less frail old woman poking her nose into one of the doors nearby, still kind of chuckling to herself as she walks inside one of the nearby cabins, and the door closes behind it.
What a shithead.
Or maybe we can go into one of these cabins, or that cabin, maybe. I don't know if it's
The
but
debate is
I really
Well,
think
what do
our
we
best.
what do we do about Woofles over there? And I point at the wolf.
Well,
Woofles.
I'm thinking we should try and focus on getting Omina and Wiffles, or Wolfles, to
Woofles? Yeah.
to a vet, um, because they are injured. But it's like, I would really rather if we could figure out a way for you to take both of them. And
Well,
I'll
we have the FBI car.
The FBI
Yes.
car is surrounded by other FBI cars.
Ah, fuck.
I'm
Like,
so
all
mad
of
that
your
I have
cars
no
out in the
input
parking
because
lot.
I am unconscious.
So I'm gonna have to get over.
Still.
I'm gonna have to figure out a way to sneak over there.
I think they roused everybody's roused up, getting patched.
Am
in
I
the-
am I actually conscious?
Hey, Thomas, did you
Yeah?
happen to grab the vet's card by chance? Or do you have the vet's number?
I'm pretty sure we had that somewhere, and it's probably still in my jacket pocket.
Could always call the vet here.
We could.
We could.
Then you don't have to worry about trying to get us anywhere. You just have to worry
Right.
about getting the vet onto the scene,
Yes.
which
So is
seems easier in the moment.
So is this like a moment where we look at each other and we're just
It's
like,
like
the vet's
could-
card?
we
Thomas.
could
And we just like search his jacket.
Shit.
And we
rifle
could- we
over all
could
the
even-
pockets.
we could even have Fel or Jess call so that it's semi-official.
Ooh, see? This
No,
is
they're busy. So
I would also suggest we get out of the cold.
yes. So maybe get to the cabin.
Yes.
Oh, and I also point out that that cabin she walked in is ethereally tethered to that stump over there, which has ruins around it.
Oh,
Oh. Yeah,
You-
well,
you don't-
yeah,
you
we
don't
should
see
definitely go
any-
into the cabin.
yeah, yeah, definitely,
You don't-
definitely. We should go into that cabin that
Yeah, everybody else doesn't see
Is
any
ethereally
chains
tethered and beyond-
or
belongs to
runes
Bobby Yaga.
connected to this stump. Thomas
Yeah,
says
that's-
that. You look over at the stump and you're like, no.
It's like if
I give them
Thomas
an
sees it,
exasperated look. Magic shit.
in any case, we should get inside.
So we're dragging everybody inside.
once
Inside Bobby Yaga's hut. that
once
she
you
just went
get
to.
inside, it's fine. There's just children. Once you get inside,
None of us children were fine.
I will use telekinesis to extract the card from Thomas's coat. There we go.
When you go to open the hut door, you go to push on it and it doesn't open.
While on the porch.
Great.
Probably have to knock
knock.
with permission.
I knock
Oh, should just go inside regardless.
Yeah, so you knock on the
because
door.
I think that's what we did before to gain access. Is that I knocked.
Yeah, you
like
knock
when
on the
Justin
door
exited.
and the hut door opens a little bit and you see an old woman's face. She's like, "Oh, you're still alive out there."
Yes. Could we perhaps wait inside out of the cold
Oh.
until
Until
Our
ritual
vet gets
time.
here.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in.
Oh,
I have
God.
some hot tea. And the door creaks open just a little bit more. As now there's like a dim light inside. It's warm. It's very ethereally strange. Like the outside looks like the there's no lights inside. It's just a wood
wait.
cabin with snow on the outside. But when the door opens inside, it's a warm interior. There's light inside.
What does it look like to me? Because I know it's got to look somewhat different.
The outside's a facade. To you, it looks like a normal warm cabin. And as you inspect the cabin a little bit more, you see it look like it adjusts a little bit. And like it rattles from
Huh.
side to side, like something is readjusting underneath it. But you're dragging who? Greta? Omina, Thomas, Astrid, Valraven. Those are the 5 going in.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then outside would be the dead writer and Kasishiki. Okay, just making sure I count for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So inside of the cabin, it's very warm and inviting. There's the sounds of water boiling from the kitchen. You see, there's a very large wooden table nearby with 4 cups steaming on the table, and Baba Yaga kind of beckons you with the crook of her finger and says, "Oh, bring the dog in here. It'll be just fine." And pats like this little floofed out what would be a pillow on the floor in the kitchen, but like, dire wolf sized.
So like gargantuan dog bed.
Yeah.
I imagine it takes like 2 of us to kind of get the wolf onto the giant dog pillow.
And she kind of lumbers off towards the kitchen, and she appears to be back on her hedge witch shit, stirring pots and messing with more kitchen things. And she kind of chuckles to herself. It's a good thing you killed Kistitchiki. Gave me back a little bit more power into these fingertips as she like wiggles them, which looks weird for Thomas because her fingers are like a couple of feet long.
Baba Yaga amuses me.
But she kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
wrings
Freaks me
her,
out.
she wrings her hands.
Is Amina conscious at this point? You said she used telekinesis.
A little bit. She's a little conscious.
Yeah, at this point, Val's just going to be going over and like both hands on her shoulders, shaking her just a little bit and just going, "What were you thinking?"
She's in and out of consciousness, so like as you're like lightly shaking her and her eyes are kind of rolling back in her head and then refocusing, she's just like, it felt good.
Good. You call this good. I think we need to revisit your definition of good.
Yeah.
You hear Baba Yaga stirring a pot and says, "Oh, good, bad. Everyone's is different."
I'm just
Oh.
I'm just amused by the fact that we've got some strange, weird love pentagon going on.
It's fucking great.
And then I'm just here.
I mean,
So
in
Greta's
that question, I mean, there's warm, inviting tea if you guys want that.
Greta's on the bed, right? Is still in wolf form.
Yeah.
I will take warm inviting tea, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there enough room on the bed for a cat?
Like cat form of you or you?
Let's go me right now because I'm still technically unstable.
Yeah, you could jetpack that.
Choice. Omina jetpacks with Greta in the little bed, and just kind of not dozes off, but is like paying attention, but needs the comfort. And then imagining Val is looking at her is just like,
Yeah.
this is a hurt that I can see.
Yeah, it's like you see it, and then all of a sudden, it's like it's like someone just wiped it off his face. Like you see it, and then it's gone, and then he's smiling, but you know this smile,
This is bad.
and it's not real.
Oh God.
And he kind of
No.
stiltedly he hands Omina a cup of tea, and and then just kind of goes to lean against a wall, kind of watching everything now with his own cup of tea.
So
And he just kind of says something like, I see.
So quick tea aside, just because I have more flavor bits I wrote down. Thomas, since you drank the tea, you feel
Yep.
warmth. It's like when you take a shot of high proof alcohol. It's
Hell
warm all
yeah.
the way down. It extends out to your fingertips. And you feel like there's just a slight smile at the corner of your mouth. Like, not obvious, but you're like, yeah. That's the effect it has. And if Val's leaning against a wall with a cup of tea, you get like a tenth of that from just like being around the steam of it. But you get like a magical sense from this drink.
Yeah, definitely watching Thomas and seeing how it affects him before drinking any of it.
You see color come back to his face. You see he like stretches out his hands and like rubs his fingertips together. He just seems warm and content.
Okay. Seems like a good thing. We'll hold off for like a minute more, and then take
To
drinks.
see if Thomas all of a sudden explodes.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
just in case.
A little bit.
Well, I mean, I think she still kind of needs us to untether her house.
Yeah, probably. She's probably.
Speaking of, oh glorious DM, what time is it in the world?
It's probably pushing into dusk. But if you Thomas glance outside, the time is indistinguishable outside.
Ah.
You see sun go by, moon go by, everything outside looking through the window, through the glamour. You would look out the window and be like, something's fucky with the time.
I check my phone.
No signal.
No signal.
I mean, you don't need a signal to get the time on your phone, Joel.
I mean, what if the time
tracks
is
that
wrong, though?
internally?
It's having trouble connecting, so it can't figure out what the digital time was. If it's going off its old time, it's probably like 6:30.
Okay.
If you're inspecting your phone closely,
I guess we could always just ask Baba Yaga what time it is. Outside.
Yeah, Baba Yaga like
That we
stretches
can,
out her long gangly arm and points to the clock on the inside of the house. And she
I do all
says,
these.
"Dearie, it's whatever time you want it to be." And she takes the hand of the clock and spins it backwards, and you see time move backwards outside. And then she takes her finger away from it.
So basically, we could do the ritual whenever? Question mark.
Oh, if you wanted. I'm just so happy to be back home, you know? It's,
Well, at any rate, thank you for the tea.
Oh, of course. You know what they say. Eat, pray, love. Yeah, that's what it is. They never tell you what you're eating, though. She kind of chuckles and goes back to stirring.
Val's kind of thinking to himself, I've probably had worse.
Yeah. You know, nice K-cup of children. No big deal.
It's like, goddamn. It's like, probably not the best, but you know.
And just if you were sure about what was in the cup, Baba Yaga takes a big ladleful of whatever she's been making and pours it into a mug and slides it over in front of Greta, which does give Greta a little bit more of some energy, and she begins to like lick out of the cup whatever it is that the liquid is that's in there. And she seems to be doing better.
see. Uh, it's like, since we can't tell the time outside, could Val just like take a look outside the door to see if maybe
Yeah, if you want to.
we could call the vet, or maybe she's shown up, or maybe see if how much time has passed and whether or not it's safe to exit the building.
Yeah, do you want to crack the front door?
Yeah.
Yeah, you open the front door, and after Baba Yaga futzed with the clock, it looks lighter outside than when you guys were here.
Oh, that's not good. Can I just put my hand out the door with my cell phone and see if I can determine what time day it is out?
Yeah, your phone says it's like 4:30.
Okay, and that was before we.
It's in and around the time that you guys got there.
Oh, so basically people are still alive and waiting right outside.
The distance outside of the house, you can still see like the bodies that are there.
Uh-huh.
They're still very not alive, but it seems like whatever distance away from this hut that it has, it exists in its own fey pocket of time. Just like when Astrid went to go visit Baba Yaga, the time got real weird. Even chained
Okay.
here, it seems to exist in its own pocket.
Okay. All right. This the futzing with time is giving Val a headache.
Best not to think about it.
Yeah.
Best
Don't question it. Don't think about it. Just
best
yeah.
not to think about it.
You hear Baba Yaga call from the kitchen. Are you late for something? Planning on
Oh,
leaving so soon?
no, I was just time. Mm,
You see her head like crane from the doorway. Did you need more of it or less
uh,
of it? As she kind of smiles.
oh, that's a loaded question. In any case, my time is my business, but I'm and then he's looking at Omina again and trying to gauge if and then looking away because he can't look at Omina right now.
Speaking of which, what's the Astrid take on this whole thing?
Astrid's not eating anything because she knows not to eat anything or drink anything at Baba Yaga's.
We've got the cat jetpacking the dog. We've got Thomas feeling better and warm. Time's a little bit fucky. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
What happens in Baba Yaga's house stays
Stays
Baba
in
Yaga's
Baba
house.
Yaga's house.
I only ever been here once. This seems pretty par on course.
This house seems pretty nice.
Depends on who the visitors are.
Mm-hmm.
Us, fine. Children, maybe not so much.
Has anybody but Thomas drank the tea?
Nope.
Nope.
I think while
Like
you were
Greta's-
gone, Baba Yaga did put a ladle of whatever weird soup mixture in a mug and gave it to Greta. And
Mhm.
Greta drank it and appears physically better.
Yeah, it's like Fel's not really hurt enough to chance it.
It also wasn't the same consistency as tea. It was like a very thin, like gravy.
Wait, the stuff that she gave Greta, or the stuff that she gave us, or both?
The stuff she gave Greta.
Oh, the stuff she gave Greta was different than the stuff we got?
Yeah. You guys have just normal ass tea,
Oh.
or it appears to be, and the stuff she gave Greta is like a thin, like gruel gravy.
Is it possible for me to get some of that thin gruel gravy?
If you want to like wipe some out of the cup, sure, but the cup is mostly empty.
Then yes.
You could always try the tea first, you know.
I could.
Well,
But
that's the fun in that.
the tea seems designed for people. And so I should probably have the gruel stuff.
So you're wiping
And
out some of
now
the
you're not even drinking the tea that Val gave you.
you're wiping out some of the gravy out of the cup and like just...
Yeah.
So it's like a weird gelatinous feel on your finger, but you just like pop it in your mouth and it tastes like weirdly like dog food, but then as it sits in your mouth for a bit, it tastes like waffles and syrup.
Oh no.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
And then you start to feel that warmness go down your throat into your stomach. You feel warmness stretch out from your arms into your fingertips. It feels very warm and comforting, like somebody tossed a blanket on you, in addition to laying
yay.
against a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have any healing properties, though?
Not that amount, no.
Mm.
Doesn't heal you, just makes you feel less like shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In at least one way.
You see, after you kind of like pop that in your mouth, you hear Baba Yaga's stirring stop. She kind of like looks over her shoulder. There's always more after our deal. And she turns back and begins stirring again.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a carrot if I ever saw one.
Damn, this is real cruel that she gives tea freely to all the humans and denies me gruel. Damn, look at these double standards.
I mean, you got tea.
I mean, you're kind of half and half right now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Joel, is it possible at this point to take a quick break?
Yeah, we definitely could.
Okay.
We call a quick break and maybe pop back in at the top of the hour or a little bit before.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Take a quick tenor.
Mm.
Yeah, I was trying to find a spot to do that, but there was a lot going on.
Mhm.
Yeah. And there's still a lot going on.
Yeah. So we'll take like a quick 10 or 15 and
Okay.
we'll be back. back from doing hot girl shit.
Some of us are still doing hot girl shit, but okay.
Don't mind me just shoving pickles in my mouth.
Uh-huh. Speaking of weird stuff going on, we left off in Baba Yaga's hut with a cat girl snuggling with a dire wolf, eating some weird gruel that tasted like waffles and syrup.
It was good.
We got Thomas was drinking some nice, refreshing tea with no attachments, and everybody was just kind of soaking in all the shit that just happened.
Hey, Baba Yaga's never done anything bad to Thomas, so he's not worried about drinking the tea.
Alright, so what's the game plan here? From my
There's no
understanding,
signal.
Valraven is not a huge fan of the Omina Greta duo.
I mean, it isn't that he's against it. It's that he feels that Omina is rejecting his familial bond with her. And on some level, he expected this, so is just trying to now distance himself.
Oh boy.
But he also knows that Omina is still hurt and doesn't seem to be getting better. So, since we do have that card for that vet, I think he's going to be putting a call out. Probably when he was futzing with his phone outside.
Yeah.
He was going to try and make a connection with the vet and try and get her to come to the historical grounds.
One second here.
And that there may be some cops, but if she could find either Fel or Jess.
Yeah, I need to find. Okay. Yeah, so you're calling the vet's office, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, phone rings a couple of times before you hear a guy's voice on the end of the line say, Dr. David's office, this is Chad. How can I help you?
Forgot about Chad.
Me too.
Yes, we have a couple of hurt animals down at the fairgrounds, and
Historical
one of
district.
the historical
district. Yeah.
There does seem to be a police presence at the moment, but we'd really like to get some help for a. It looks like it could possibly be a very large husky and a cat.
All right, let's see. We've got one husky.
I don't know if this person is in the know or not. So
You hear him, right? You hear him pause a minute and some scribbling. Okay, husky, cat. What's the husky's name?
let me check. Let me check for a moment. And just look at Omina and just go, your friend's name?
I'll look at Greta. Is she still in dog form?
Yeah. She's in dog form, passed the fuck out.
Oh, she's passed out. I'll look at her. I'll look back to Val, and I'll say, I think she's gonna be fine. And then I'll look down, and I'm still kind of like instinctively holding some stuff in. Maybe be like, this might need some work.
You didn't answer the question though.
I know.
Looks like the husky mix might be fine. Unsure of the name. I think the tag has been scratched. But Omina is the cat.
Oh, Mina. Like the one we just had in here?
Yes.
Uh. Okay. Is everything okay?
Val does not know how to answer that.
What kind of dumbass question is that? Why would anybody be calling if things were okay?
Yeah, asking for like a vet on site.
Look, Chad the intern is not an intelligent guy, okay?
Chad. the
No, his name
intern.
is Chad.
His name is Chad the intern. It's on his birth certificate.
It's like
It's a family name.
Family name, the interns.
Yeah, the interns.
They're all bad at their job.
He's like he's Chad, third of his line.
He's always wanted to become a lawyer, Chad intern Esquire. I gotcha.
it's just like no, I'm pretty sure things are not okay.
Well, currently, I mean, Dr. Davids is busy working on another patient. Actually, she said she was going to be cleaning up and then be out for the day. We had a heck of a visit earlier today, and I've got to clean up some stuff, but I think she's leaving early. You might be able to bring them in, and we can try to house them, but we're not really in a position to do any kind of house calls, or maybe they can stay here overnight.
And then he looks at Omina and is just like, I'm not sure if I can move her.
Is she at least stable?
No.
No.
Most definitely not.
Well, like I said, everyone's kind of gone home for the day. I can give the doctor a call, but otherwise, you might be able to check in at the vet a little bit further uptown. I know there's a 24-hour one in Chicago. I know that's not very helpful, but
I understand.
those are the options I can give you. But yeah, I don't really have a lot of power here. I'm just, the intern.
Fuck you.
I
Chad.
I understand.
Deny my romance.
Oh.
Useless.
Just
Actually, let me take down your number and I'll pass a text message on and see if she'll check up. She might in her own time. I'm just not very hopeful.
yes. Just tell her that it's an unusual situation. And and Val will go ahead and tell him the cell phone number.
Yeah.
She'd be best suited for this kind of job.
I will say the reception here is a little spotty, but I hope she can get back to me.
All right. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I think that'll be all.
All right. I'll pass your message along, but I hope everything turns out okay.
I hope so too.
Click.
Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Everything is not fine.
So like time is like funny here. Yeah?
Yeah, but not the haha funny kind.
Yeah. So like could
The
we
wibbly wobbly
possibly ask Baba Yaga to maybe take us to an earlier time?
Val's just like, no, that's always a bad idea.
Seems like not a good proposition.
Avoid messing with time as much as possible.
Well, she
Go-
did leave. She
like
did.
if-
She well, here's the thing. She did leave early for the day, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you have to mess with time, it's better to go forward in time rather than backward.
Well, I mean, maybe she had to leave early because she got a call to go on site somewhere. An emergency.
Oh, you're trying to hit the loop.
Yeah, if
Got
you're trying to
it.
hit the loop.
Oh, that's choice.
I mean, as long as we're just calling her, maybe. But the thing is, going back in time and having two versions of yourself occupying the same space might affect things that have happened.
It's not a good idea.
Really not a good idea.
I mean, I think Baba Yaga would have a better idea of how time manipulation in this scenario works than us.
This
So we
is
could always
also
ask
true.
her.
Hey, Bobby Yaga, how does time work?
Yeah.
Well, dear, it's a flat circle.
With 12 different pie pieces.
This is so good.
Or would it be technically 11 different pie pieces?
So do you want to ask Bobby Yaga about time?
I feel like that's a very complicated question. I mean, we could try to take our cat to Chicago to the 24-hour emergency vet clinic.
Through the police.
Yeah, hey Obina, do you think you'll survive? You know, getting to
Here-
Chicago?
Hear me out. What if we, since Baba Yaga can control the time in a sense, we could get it tonight, do the ritual as fast as possible, then her house will be free. Her house can move.
You think she would give us a ride? Is that your plan?
Maybe if we ask nice enough.
Well, we need 4 people to do the ritual, one of which is like
Okay,
gravely
That is
injured.
true.
hang on. Let me see how unstable wounds work.
I can look into
Like,
that while
can
you
I
guys.
perform big magic with when I'm like bleeding out my guts?
Unstable injuries will worsen as time passes. Okay.
Oh shit.
Okay. That's in every playbook. Hang on. I have marked that box already.
You've also evidently left the Phoenix in the car.
So, I mean, technically
Oh,
speaking,
yeah.
there is a way to stabilize my wounds without healing them. I don't know how we'll do that though. But as soon as I take more harm, as long as I have 4 harm or more, I become unstable again.
Okay. So, if we use some time to continue, like, working on your wounds, we can at least get them to stop bleeding. But as soon as you move too much, try and do too much, they start up again.
Kick some ass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at Joel's discretion.
As long as you don't do anything strenuous to like exacerbate them, like last time you shapeshifted, and that like made it worse.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just like
Right.
cool about it and don't make it worse, it won't get worse. But if you do something strenuous, it could cause damage, or like with the last attack, it would cause damage plus.
Mm-hmm.
So I think being unstable causes an additional harm.
Harm. Yeah, I just saw that.
And do you remember on the scene we also still have Felon Jess?
Right. So basically, what we can do is we can leave Omina here. Let her recuperate as much as possible. While we deal with the mess outside. Whether it be police.
Which doesn't seem like it's going to be more combat.
Yeah.
Well, how are we gonna approach this though? We have to come up with a story and Yeah.
We can approach it as witnesses.
Well, who else going to be questioning us? Because it seems like, as it was pointed out by Joel, Jess seemed to be pushing back the normal police.
And how many witnesses are there, who saw what happened?
That's a great question.
Because, I mean, this is like a historical district, so
Okay.
I'm assuming that maybe there's people around.
You know what?
Alternatively, just to throw it out there, I mean, if you follow your contracts, I'm sure a favor would get you cleanly out of here. But that would be
Yeah.
minus somebody's favor.
Yeah.
Which would
Yeah.
really poo suck for them, but also you'd be alive and scot-free, so...
I mean, there are two of you who have direct connections to the law enforcement people outside,
Mhm.
and you haven't truly done a whole lot with those.
And plus, Val has some of the
Yeah.
regular
The
police
force.
convinced that he is CIA.
Yeah.
So, so there's
Although,
that.
I would
Okay,
caution
so
that.
how are we going to play this with the police that's out there now?
I
Yeah,
would
but
caution
the thing is-
the police thing, because you already used that to literally get out of jail free.
No, Val didn't use that because Jess used hers to get them out of jail.
Right.
Val hasn't used his police influence yet.
I would still say, though, using police after encountering them
Yeah.
so quickly would be kind of... That's my hesitant warning
It,
about that.
it would be rather suspicious. But I have a feeling that this would be a great time to use Val's sensitive ability.
Okay.
Just to try and get some kind of information that might be important to this situation.
Okay.
As I say, as of right now, we have no idea what's going on outside. We didn't stick around long enough to
And the
figure out
thing
what's
is,
going on inside.
Fell's now near enough that I could actually use the bond to use charm instead of weird to do this. It could be kind of like some sort of empathetic mental connection, just kind of like sharing of information, trying to figure out what's going on.
Going on.
Uh-huh.
So you want to use, like, sensitive combined with pararomantic ability?
Yeah, basically.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah.
Plus charm. Alright, good. That'll give me a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you're wanting to use your sensitive nature to kind of, like, have a mental phone call with Fel?
Basically, it gives me a vision, tangible aura, overheard thought about something important.
Do you have some type of, like, item of Fel's?
You
I
have
mean,
the payphone coin.
I do have the Fayphone coin.
Okay. I would say...
I mean, Val probably has some other items, but I doesn't have the magic item yet.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if you have an item of Fel's or connected to him somehow that you could use as, like, an anchor to focus into as the focal point. I would say the coin could totally work.
The coin could work, but I'm going to say that Val has a leather bracelet.
Mhm.
That probably belonged to Val and just ended up in Val's possession.
Of course.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You know,
my
like
thought
the-
is you're
Just
kind
happened
of
to fall
channeling your
into your
senses
possession.
into, like, whatever this focus is in order to make that connection.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought process is you use this focus, you concentrate into it, and you make the mental phone call. Because if you use the Fey coin, that would be interesting, because then the Fey phone might become obsolete, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, and this isn't. I mean, if he had used the fake the Fayphone coin, it wouldn't be the normal way you would use it.
Yeah.
This would just be Val's weird way that he can do things.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say you said you got like what, a 10 or 11?
A 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Fel gets the equivalent of like the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, however you want to do that.
It's like a knock knock. Who's there?
And Fel kind of like, I think we see we cut to Fel outside, like standing behind the yellow tape, like keeping an eye out, and we see this like shiver go down his spine as he kind of like cranes his neck to the side and closes his eyes for a minute. He says, "Valraven."
Yeah, this is something I can do now. Wow, I haven't done this before, have I?
Yeah, this is a little weird. I'm talking without moving my mouth.
Yes.
Would that really be such a strange occurrence for somebody that's part of the Fae?
It's a great question.
mhm. Well, I mean, he wouldn't have been expecting it from Val.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought this would be a good way to check in and try and figure out. I'm sorry. I had every intention of going along with the first plan, but Omina disappeared, and then she ended up here, and then she was fighting the thing, and then I couldn't let her die.
And we won. Tentatively.
And we did actually pretty well in that fight, a lot better than I was expecting, but I really want to know what we should do now because Omina's still pretty injured. We have her stabilized, I think, but I don't think it's a good idea for her to move.
So were your actions strictly against what Fel wanted you to do?
I mean, it was Jess who was like, "Hey, we have a plan that was going to have a distraction. I'm gonna work with Fel. We're gonna do a distraction, and then you guys can do the ritual and all that stuff." And then this messed with all of that. So this
I mean,
wasn't
like,
this
Phil would have
wasn't
had to agree to go along with what Jess was planning. So this
yeah.
is kind of indirect opposition to what they probably wanted for us.
So
Right.
just because I can, and this is weird,
Mhm.
Valraven roll plus charm.
Okay.
'Cause
All
I'm-
right. All right. All right.
I'm gonna have you roll for bond abuse.
Uh-huh. You know what? I think that's fair. Um
Shit.
because I think okay.
I'm so sorry.
All
everyone.
right.
Welcome to the club.
That'll be a 12.
Okay.
Oh
On a-
shit.
On a
You
10
did.
plus, your action has no effect beyond the exchange of some angry words.
Okay.
Come on,
Yeah.
Joel, let's hear those angry words.
It's like Val is already feeling really guilty, so he's just like, you know what? Just when we get back into one place, you can hit me if you want because I did mess up. This is my fault.
I think we see like the upwards like camera of Valraven. He kind of like steps shoulder length feet apart and maybe puts his arms behind his back and kind of like sighs. And he's like, "Look, you know, there was a plan, then there wasn't a plan. Wanted you to stay safe, and now there's police here. I'm in a very uncomfortable position, and everything's gone to hell. Of course, we're going to talk about this, but in order to do that, you have to still be around for it to happen."
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, look, I don't know what Jess is capable of, but we seem to have made some type of gap of time. So I don't know. It might be difficult for you guys to get out of there. We could buy you a bit of time to maybe think of something or get a bit of time. I mean, this is a distraction in and of itself. You guys could do that ritual. I mean, you're deep enough into the hole. I'm not sure how to dig you guys out. And frankly, and we see this like side pan glance from like Fell to Jess. Jess is like upset, shouting at people nearby. I'm pretty sure we see like maybe like cold air, red skin, and behind the glasses, maybe we see a bead of sweat, but we're not sure whether that sweat's like a tear or a bead of sweat rolling down the eyes. But like she's just in this middle of the commotion, like trying to push people back, fighting with other police departments, talking about what they should do.
Okay. All right. So I'm thinking maybe it's best if we just sit tight until nightfall, do the ritual.
I mean, that would get you out of whatever bind you're in with Baba Yaga and hopefully figure out what you guys are doing after that. I was conscripted into this whole thing, and frankly, I'm feeling a little stuck myself.
Uh.
I'm sure that whatever choice you make will be the correct choice, as long as it ends up with you and I seeing each other at the end of the day. That's all that matters at this point.
Oh, that's so.
I'm so far
cute.
deep into this human police nonsense, into the Winter Court. Let's just say I'm glad it's me out here and not you. It's frankly a mess, but we've got to get out of it some way. You've been in worse jams, and you've always found a way out. I trust you to figure something out.
All right. All right. I can do this. I think.
As you think to yourself, I can do this, you hear Fell also echo mentally, phone wise, yes, you can do this.
You can do it.
It's just like, okay, thank you, and I owe you.
We'll find some way to make it even, I'm sure.
I look forward to it.
Then you hear what could be a mixture of physical and mental long drawn out sigh as we see the panned picture of Fell just like letting out this big steam breath of a sigh as he stands watch.
Oh, by the way, I'm sure Astrid would appreciate it if you tell Jess that we are in Baba Yaga's hut right now. We are safe.
Oh no.
And evidently,
No. That's not gonna. Oh God.
evidently away from the prying eyes right now.
Oh no, this is such a bad
Or-
idea.
We are hidden, as it were.
We
Yeah.
we are hidden for now, which is why I think it might be best for us to stay put until nightfall, where we can do the ritual and probably get out of here.
So as you say that, that reminds me, Astrid, how about you roll plus charm?
Oh, that's not good. I got a 6.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
On a miss,
No,
the
this is
keep-
great
the
because, like,
keeper-
you know,
I can choose 2 of the Bond Abuse options below or something worse.
yeah,
Oh,
no, this is
no.
awesome. So, like, nothing happens to Fell, but it usually happens to me. This is awesome.
The
Or not
dice
Val, but Val.
have been very strange today.
Kind of feel sorry for Jess.
Yeah, let's do. We'll mark a box on the track, and someone who shouldn't know finds a clue about your relationship with your guide. And this
Oh, no.
this is where we see Jess arguing with the different departments about what they should do, and we see one of the policemen in a huff walk away, get into a
Oh,
squad
no.
car, and begin typing up on his computer for someone to go and look up who this agent is in the database.
Oh no.
Awesome. So,
Yeah, so back to this cuddly
you know what?
warm
We're
group.
stuck here. I'm gonna do my own move. I have this. I instead of use magic, I have trust my gut,
Mhm.
which is awesome because where the fuck is trust my gut? Oh, I just had this. This is what happens when I have to flip back and forth between pages.
When you
Okay.
consult your instincts about what to do, roll plus weird.
That's weird. Yeah. And I doubt I could probably use my spiritual guide for this. So,
Is that the pararomantic?
yeah,
Uh,
use these dice instead.
spiritual guide. I don't see spiritual guide unless I'm blind.
It's on page 45.
Oh boy. Page 45. Supernatural guide. Oh, the like straight up first ability. Okay. Whenever you roll plus weird, you roll plus charm instead.
By channeling the power of your bond.
So you're wanting
And
to
trust my gut is more like a, you know, like, hey, what should I do about this? But in this case, I think it's just like, hey, what should I do? Or what would Jess do?
Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah. Roll plus charm
like,
on trust
yeah,
your gut.
it's
I got you.
it's on WWJD. Yeah. But it's like trust my gut.
I love how we both did the same thing, but Val is just like, okay, I just need to get into contact with Val. And
I got a 7.
On a 7 to 9, the keeper will tell you a general direction to go. Take +1 forward as you explore that.
Okay.
Um.
So basically, like, kind of like, what do we do next? Do we stay in here and just wait, or do we just do the ritual, or do we go?
I think, given your options, if you were to leave this area and try to come back to do the ritual, it'll probably be watched by police, and that would be difficult to do. The chance, I don't know the better chance you're going to get to try to do the ritual now versus like waiting a week and coming back, and who knows what the Winter Queen's going to do with that week.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think you're like, what would Jess do? And you're like, you know what? I got a list of things to do. I've got responsibilities. I just got to take care of what's in front of me.
So basically, we need to do the ritual now. That's probably our best bet. Great.
Well, was there a time stipulation on
yeah,
doing
we're
the
supposed to
ritual?
wait until after dark.
Well, yeah, after dark. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to wait after dark, but we have an injured party member, so.
Well, as long as she doesn't move, she's fine.
But we're performing big magic, so this might affect her wounds. Like, this might exacerbate her her condition.
Hopefully, we can get Fel or maybe just to substitute in for Ermina, because we can't get a vet here and we can't take her to
The big magic.
right And even if we took her to the vet now, she would be out of commission for the ritual.
Not to mention if we could even leave here.
Yes.
I think this
You know
is
what?
what the book means
Screw it.
by
I'm using my favor.
make a hard choice.
You're what?
I'm using my favor.
But you can't use your favor yet, can you?
Well, can we? I mean,
Oh, Baba Yaga's favor?
yeah.
That is contractually given to you upon completion.
On
Upon
completion.
completion.
Hmm.
So you
All right,
can't
I'm
use
gonna
it
go
yet.
up to Baba Yaga.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go up to
Oh,
her and I'm
no.
gonna ask, "What can you do to help our friend?" And I point to Amina. We need her.
There's a lot of things. She like stares at Omina and almost stares through her. This friend has a lot of problems, most of which you aren't
A
even
lot of
aware of.
Well, what can you do to heal her of her current wounds?
She kind of rummages around in pockets and, well, you see, killing that large one out there only gave me a little bit of power. Enough to at least not be smoking in a snowbank. I was able to get back inside of my house. If anything, I might have enough power to do one thing. But as all things,
What does it cost me?
sorry, I was just enjoying how you said that. That was so good.
Yeah, what does it cost me? Enough of the speeches. What's it gonna cost?
Yeah, Vel is looking like he would desperately love to stop this situation right now, but
We have limited options. This is one of the better paths. So,
we do have other options. You don't have to do this.
What's
it's
it
the most
gonna
simplest
cost?
solution at this time. What does it cost? Because all I see us doing right now is just sitting here, really just trying to figure out what are we going to do. Because we can't get Omina to a vet. We can't just wait, you know, and we don't know how big magic is gonna, how the ritual is going to affect Omina.
Baba Yaga's face kind of wrinkles into a bit of a sly smile as she gets an idea and rummages in one of the cabinets and gets what looks like a turntable hour clock.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of smirks and says, "Time." And so the top half of the hourglass is empty and the bottom half has sand. And she hands you the hourglass, which is probably about, it's like one of those crappy first prize trophies. Like you can hold it with both hands. It's that big.
Mm-hmm.
If you want enough power to save your friend, just simply tip it over and time will take what it needs.
That is
I tip it over.
not a good idea.
So as the hourglass flips over the full 180, you see the sand start to drain through it. Nobody else has this particular vision, but Astra, do you see like bits of your childhood and growing up with your parents and meeting people and making friends? You see some of those drip out into the hourglass.
Oh.
You see
Okay.
little glimpses of the future of you running around, getting into trouble, future fairs, maybe a glimpse of you actually finishing your degree that you set out to finish. And all of these things just seem to drain out of you and into the hourglass. And you notice that your hands become a little bit more like sallow, like you're physically aging.
Oh man. Okay.
And as the hourglass subsides, you feel like it took a bit of your childhood vitality. It took a couple of years off of you, and all those memories of people you might have known growing up, or those aunts and uncles you never really got the names to right on the first time, those are all
Mhm.
gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know that you're a girl who lives here, you have a Uber job, and you vaguely know who your friends are here. But your memories about your friends and your family, some of those are gone. But you visibly look like you've aged about 10 years.
Cool. So I'm dirty 30 ish.
I think you're muted there, friend.
You are. You
He
are.
is-
I see Lily's mouth moving, but I
Yeah,
hear
Lily's
no
muted.
words.
You're
Sorry, I
muted.
kept freaking out about everything that was happening.
Yeah, I saw you freaking out. I was just like,
Fucking dirty 30. That hurts. Ouch.
And as
hey,
you
I'm
kind of
36. I can say that.
as you stare stunned
That
at the
was
hourglass, just holding onto it, staring at it, you see Baba Yaga's big stretched hand just grab the top of it and gently tug it out of your grasp and place it on the table next to her. And then you see her knock onto the glass a little bit as the sand jostles down into the bottom. And she kind of like smirks to herself, sets it away, and pours a nice cup of weird, questionable gravy into a mug and gently sets it in front of Omina. It sits there and does the little bloop,
Thing.
like a tarred swamp.
Omina looks up at Baba Yaga. Is everybody looking at her right now?
She hands you the mug and then turns back to going to do what she was doing.
Okay.
I think Val is just kind of looking back and forth between Astrid and Omina, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, that was a pretty fucking baller move.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, holy shit.
Uh,
I mean, granted, she could use her favor to ask for that back,
Yeah.
truth.
but still.
Damn, I feel like never mind. I'm gonna keep that thought to myself.
I was gonna say, like, she's
God damn it, and
healthy
Val
relationship.
for once was the one that was being cautious.
Mm-hmm. Well, how much time have we spent trying to figure out what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and like we spent a lot of time like just kind of figuring that out.
Is this
Yeah,
And
a,
it's
is
just
this
like
a,
we really need to move the plot forward.
is
So
this, is this a thought or a question?
no, this is a thought. This is a player thought. This is a player thought, not a in character thought.
well, I guess Omina's gonna drink the gruel gravy.
Yeah, it tastes and smells like your best memories. Almost years worth of memories and experiences in Denny's and Waffle House.
Denny's.
Aww.
I miss the
Denny's.
great glam.
You're welcome.
You feel it make you warmer and happy and satisfied, but at the same time slightly guilty as you briefly experience those memories of all of you around a table laughing, joking. Maybe there's a flashback to when you and Astrid were still an item, and it reminds you of those times, and it does like a weird. It screws with your mind a little bit about what reality is real and what's not. But you can feel yourself feel better. So effectively, I'm going to say you wipe away all of your damage.
I mean, that did take a decade, so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And as time starts to roll back from where you first remember, you do catch a glimpse of someone kind of like you doing a ritual somewhere and seeming to they were also doing some type of ritual. They look like you but not like you. And they were also helping out with some type of ritual in a different time. And it seems like whatever they contributed to that ritual, you see them like fall to the ground and expire, and then their soul like drifts off until eventually coming to you now.
Is this like the Highlander but with soul?
That's a secret fun thing.
Or memory.
And they're the only one?
Mm,
Yeah.
Actually, trying to think of a better
As if you gained
pulp culture reference.
You gained that time back, and maybe it rewound a little bit farther than what you physically remember.
Okay.
It's like somebody altered the outcome that might have happened again.
mm.
Oh. Oh, okay. Shit. Okay, cool.
So yeah, team, what's the plan?
Okay.
Well, now Amina's well enough where we can do the ritual. We're set.
I still think it's a good idea for us to bring either Fel or Jess or both into the ritual so that I can do a decoy ritual. They've already tagged me as a threat.
Okay, but they're kind of occupied out there right now. So how do you propose that we break them away from that? Because right now they're acting like our distraction.
By all accounts, the only one that's left is the Winter Queen. I'm not sure with the riders because it seemed like the two of them were in the same body yet. Not.
Well, we've killed one before.
The night one, though, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if we're doing the ritual at night, we're fine.
We should be fine.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's one more rider for us to contend with. So.
But that was the one that looked like it was considering
Yeah.
not harming us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that was Laura, the White Rider.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm just gonna say I'm really good at being a distraction. So I could probably try and contact Fel, coordinate something. The police presence should be minimal at night.
So you want to try to call him up on the brain phone and wait a couple hours?
Well,
How long do we have to wait to do the ritual?
All night.
until nightfall.
Which is...
It
probably...
could be like an hour. You're pretty close.
Oh, really? Well,
I
yeah,
mean-
with all the healing and the...
We could just have Baba Yaga move it onward to night. Or
We could.
I say we just do it.
I mean, it's expediting it faster than.
Could we
waiting
do the
to
ritual
have the
just
same
inside
effect.
the house?
Pretty sure we have to do it at the stump where the ruins are.
Yeah.
It's got to be at the location because again, like I said with the magic thing, you're effectively removing like the curse from the item.
Mm-hmm.
So once you do it on that, your combined power would have to do it. And just to go over big magic again, this one you'd have to have the weird and rare ingredients, which you have, a specific time of day, specific amount of people, and everybody needs to use magic as part of the ritual.
Okay.
So you'll be making
None
weird
of us.
rolls.
I was gonna say I don't think any of us have negative weird.
Yeah, you guys are
Yeah,
all pretty weird.
Yeah, no, we're all pretty weird, and plus, some of us can use charm instead of weird.
That's only if we're using our bond.
Yeah,
How you gonna?
which
Which which
Which
uh
means
very
we get
loaded.
to
which means we have to.
yeah, if you miss while you're doing that, you'd have to roll on bond abuse.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking that that would give me the best chance to do this. And Fel basically said, whatever you're gonna do is probably gonna be the right decision. So it's
Oh.
just. Val's just gonna do whatever he can to make it out of this and give everyone the best chance of succeeding.
So, what would you like to get a hold of Fel about?
Well, if well, I guess just to see if they're still planning on doing a distraction and coordinating that.
Um,
Although, granted, I think Fel could just, futz with his phone right outside of the house and text him.
yeah, if you want to text him, that might be easier. Otherwise, I'd have to make you
Yeah.
roll to use the brain phone again.
I mean, the brain phone was fun, but let's try texting and see if that works. And see if I got a text from the vet, because
I don't think we need the vet anymore, though.
I don't think we need the
No.
vet anymore. But it would be great to see if they contacted and let them know that we found an alternative solution.
Yes.
Sorry to bother you.
So what's
We used home remedies. Literally.
Just
It
was
it
bothering
wasn't
you
it
guys.
wasn't as
Yeah.
bad as it first appeared.
It's homeopathic.
That's true.
Oh,
So
homeopathic remedies.
you just text Fel. What?
If you're still up for doing some kind of distraction, we can be ready to do the ritual as soon as possible, like once it gets dark.
He texts back. The sooner the better. What's the plan?
It's like, okay, either you're just do a distraction, or one of you fills in for me in the ritual and I do a distraction.
That sounds like a manipulate someone. Or invoke your bond.
It wasn't meant to be a manipulate someone, but
Oh,
that's probably what it is.
Because if you're gonna have someone take your place and it's him, I feel like that's a manipulate someone or use your bond.
I think it's more of manipulate someone because he's like either you or Jess.
Okay.
And it's okay, so manipulate is plus charm.
why is that your highest stat?
Because he's a charlatan. That'll be an 11.
They'll do it for the reason you gave them.
Oh no.
It says because reasons and leaves it at that.
I need you to
Yeah.
fill in for me in this ritual. Their previous conversation was whatever plan you came up with,
Uh-huh.
I trust you to get us out of it. Which is
Yeah.
the previous bond roll, so as gross
Because-
as you feel about it, you've made the rolls and you've made the discussion.
Yeah, and the thing is, Val knows that he's kind of that aside from Omina, he's presented himself as the biggest threat, especially as the one with all the silver. So, yeah, he's gonna be the distraction.
Okay.
And gonna be trying to keep anything supernatural away from the ritual.
So you
God.
And
get a text back from Fel that says, "I've got an idea of how to get there." Then a second text that says, "Just be cool about it," and then there's a GIF of CSI Miami.
So, Joel,
just be
in
cool
chat,
with it.
could you
Okay,
send us this
all
gift?
right.
I'll find it.
Okay.
It's the sunglasses on. Yeah.
I'll find it. Don't worry.
Because soon
Is
after,
there one where it's like he's taking off his sunglasses and there's sunglasses and there's sunglasses? I feel like there has to be for those.
no, CSI Miami, there's always a pun, and then they go into the opening
And the sunglasses, yeah, I
think-
know. They
I
parodied
think
it once on Supernatural, like really well.
Credits. Yeah.
I think Val would send back a reply like, "I'm always cool," and someone, some like actor winking, cause you know, it would be one of those, and then say, I'll get the others to play ball.
So, a little time after, it gets a little bit darker. And so we cut to the scene of Fel walking onto the scene. He's got a heavy jacket. Underneath the heavy jacket's a white lab coat. He's got a pair of fake glasses. He's got a briefcase that says crime scene investigation as he's walking up to the houses.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Just
And
go with it.
He kind of walks up and you see he's like, okay, I need to go look over here. And he walks into that clearing of all of the blood, all of the bodies.
Yeah.
And you watch him walk in and he's just kind of lost in the carnage. Before I assume somebody like says something and snaps him out of it.
I do good work.
Yeah, so what's the plan? People are gonna do the ritual sans Valraven,
Yeah.
substituting in Fel.
Yeah.
What it seems like.
Um,
I'm guessing we've all kind of walked outside of said cabin at this point.
I think so.
Yeah, everything's much darker, much
Tentatively.
colder. The wind's still blowing just as hard. It's very cold outside. You can see the lights, red and blue lights, still flashing in the distance as they keep up a perimeter.
Kind
But-
of taking a quick look around at spirit senses.
Yeah.
Do I see any of the spirits of any other riders around?
Like a crappy Star Wars movie, there are now 2 Force ghosts hanging out.
Two, not 3, 2. That's an
Mhm.
important detail. That's why I wanted to check on.
Mhm. One is the Black Rider, and one is the
It's
Red
the
Rider.
Red. Good.
They, as you like extend your senses to look at them, you see them like talking to each other, enthusiastically chatting about like whatever, like, oh, it's just so nice to, be back to being me again. Like, oh, like, how did you get here? And he's like, oh, I met somebody. And you see him catch your glance. He's like, look, he's over there. And they kind of like tap each other and look over. The other guy kind
I
of like
just smile and
awkwardly
give them a
waves.
nod.
It's like, sorry, I tried to kill you.
Alright, 'cause I did kill you. Well, helped with killing you.
Mhm.
But anyways.
Yeah, so is it big magic time?
I would like an aside with Val before we get started.
Yeah, no, Val's gonna not want to be cornered, but I imagine he can't quite escape it at this point.
I mean, if you pointedly walk away, Omina's not gonna follow.
No, he's not. I mean, nah, he wouldn't walk away. Not if she's like between him and the exit. He's not gonna walk past her.
We're in an open field. Everywhere's an exit.
Kind of.
But if
It's
she's
also
standing right in
cordoned
front of
off.
him, he's not going to step aside right
Okay.
away.
Okay. So Omina approaches. I'm assuming by this point she's probably found clothing of some kind.
Yeah.
She's probably not still full feral, so who knows what she's actually wearing, but it's fine.
You look like a very small figure in like a babushka's like nightgown.
That's fucking perfect. So weird. So she approaches and is like pointedly not making eye contact, but not in like a I'm angry way. And then she looks over at Fel and looks back. Why is he here?
He's going to help with the ritual.
But we needed 4 people.
And you will have 4 people.
He makes 5.
Yes, well, you will be doing the ritual.
You're leaving.
I feel like I could make a better distraction.
You're leaving.
I'm not.
You are. Just say it.
Val looks a bit confused. And is just like, I don't know what you mean.
You're gonna substitute in someone else instead of being here doing this with me. You're gonna go do something else, a distraction or whatever, and you're gonna try to get all of the hurt put on you again.
How? Who all's in earshot of this, by the way?
I mean, we're all out there, so
We're all there.
how loud
Good.
is Omina?
Good.
Val's just
She's
going
getting
to
louder.
smile at her and just be like,
As I say, can I hear this?
I don't know
going
what
on?
you're talking about. I'm always all right.
Yeah, I think it went from like a hushed conversation to now they might be yelling at each other.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. Val's not going to be yelling. He's
I'm
just
getting
gonna-
close to yelling.
So yeah, everyone's just kind of on looking.
just gonna be like,
Word.
it's just like, I'm always all right. It's all part of the plan.
Is part of the plan you coming back?
Yes. It looks like he wanted to say something more, but then stopped.
I can't stop you. So go then. And Omida will turn around and head towards the stump.
Alright.
Yeah, and Val's going to go,
Be distracting.
yeah, gonna go be distracting.
Alright. Big magic, right?
Yep. Big magic.
You know, just because I want to feel included,
No.
I'll roll for Fel.
You're gonna roll Fel's big magic?
I'm gonna roll big magic
hard.
with you because I'm Fel
What?
now.
Does Fel have
Yes.
luck? Just in case.
That's a good question.
How weird? How
That's
weird
okay.
is Fel?
What
How
are
good with
Fel's
his...
stats?
Oh, that's actually, yeah.
It's a good question.
That's a big
Well,
question mark.
It's Faye, so he's got to be a little
Well,
weird at
I
least.
feel that he at least has 3 charm or weird.
I think-
Faye's probably got 4.
Yeah.
No, I think
weird or charm. I think he's more charming than weird.
Yes.
no. That's Val's job. I think Fel's more weird than charm.
Because if they were both
Like
charmed,
for weird.
neither would be able to manipulate the other.
Mm.
All right.
Ooh.
So to do big magic, we've got the ritual items. We got everybody there. The ritual notes, everything you need to do. I assume you left the instructions with somebody before walking off.
I'm sure that
I hope
Val
so.
left the instructions and the ingredients with me.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
and
the
took
The
and
most
took
responsible one from in our group.
The only
I
one
don't
who
mean that
can really
sarcastically.
use
I mean that
magic
honestly.
So yeah, the dust.
and the only one who can really use magic.
Yeah.
You open the bag and find that it contains several bits of chalk, some black powders, and a white powder that there seems to be copious amounts of.
Ooh.
Not
That's
white
sort
so
of
much
white
as it
powder
is
or gray.
not
Is it
white,
like an
not gray,
ashen powder?
like a creamy yellow color.
Oh, that's just gross.
It's
Yeah.
turmeric.
No,
Um,
no, it's ground mustard.
Yeah, or calcium. Anyway, so you use the powders and the items to make various circles and shapes as described in the instructions, before making 4 separate circles out of the last bit of dust, in which each person is supposed to stand in them. So, in order to use big magic, everyone will be required to roll weird, as
I mean,
in
I'd
the
like to roll normally, but
as
you know.
in the use magic section.
I had 12.
For the
12
record,
as well.
I can only roll good for magic, apparently.
I won't tell you what I rolled, but I gave the not bad face, so
I got a 7.
7. Oh, and I gotta look up use magic.
On a 7, it works imperfectly. Choose your effect and a glitch.
Okay.
And then keeper will decide what effect the glitch has.
Okay.
That's just on use magic, but big magic.
Oh no, this is a special. Everybody needs to successfully use magic, so
Oh, okay. So we have
I mean,
to.
As long as you don't fail it miserably.
yeah.
So we have to get a 10 or above, or a 7 or above.
A 10 or above, preferably. Amina, what'd you get?
Fuck.
I got a 12.
Okay.
I mean, you could
Perfect.
always use luck.
Well,
Yeah.
you should be okay. Because it says it has a glitch. It doesn't say it's not successful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just says on a
Works
7 to 9,
imperfectly.
it works imperfectly.
Okay.
I like the glitch that says it has a problematic side.
Yeah.
It's the one I like.
Well, the one I like says the magic draws immediate unwelcome attention.
God damn it.
Damn it.
So,
Oh,
as you
boy.
guys concentrate and focus
Yeah.
whatever magical energy you have, again, magic here is kind of weird. It's more spiritual. So
Mhm.
whatever like essence that you have seems to be flowing from you into this stump, and you see some of the runes and sigils on the stump begin to crumble and fade out and disappear. The glitch is that the runes begin to melt. Like, you know, if you take dry ice and you put a spoon against it, how it begins to like squeal and scream. These are like that with like melting snow and water hitting a hot surface. So that's the first part of it done. Some of the sigils are gone, but if we need to use magic again.
Oh boy.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, Val is doing his distraction. Should I be doing the charlatan type role?
We're gonna get to that here in a hot second.
Okay.
So I got a 6, but I'm gonna use luck
Okay.
to make that a 12.
Got a 10.
I got a 7 on my dice, but luckily I have 3 words, so I just squeaked by with 10.
Oh, so we got a 10. We get a 10. We get a luck. Just because people at home can see what I rolled and you can't. Haha. So that's silly. I rolled 2 3s, so that's a 6 plus
Oh, shit.
something.
Is it gonna
Plus
use luck?
something.
It's gonna use somebody.
I mean, it's a 6 plus something, so that's not terrible.
Fel
Yeah.
is not a hunter, therefore I don't think Fel has luck.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Okay.
But Fel does get a bonus.
Mhm.
So you see a bit of
For being
feedback
fey.
come back Fel's way, and we're gonna do the take 1 harm, ignore armor. As we see it kind of
Ooh.
like feedback into him a little bit, and it pulls it a little bit too much out of him, and he looks just slightly hurt.
Oof.
And when you notice
No.
this feedback on Fel, you also see stomping in behind him the Winter Witch, as you guys are
This
doing
bitch.
your spell.
Yeah. A bitch.
So that would be a good time to ask, Valraven, what are you doing?
I mean, he was probably doing some sort of distraction before all of that. Like they were doing the actual ritual. He's doing like an extremely flashy version of the ritual that's supposed to draw the attention of whoever is going to try and stop it, kind of thing.
Sure, greedy.
Yeah, it's just like
So you have to do a roll to like pretend to do magic, or
yes, it's part of the charlatan thing, and it's like it's when you want people to think you're using magic. I roll plus cool.
all right, roll plus cool. As Valraven channels every bit of lerping that he has ever done.
That's a
Okay.
considerable amount,
Like that's
actually.
not even LARPing
I
anymore.
got
it's
an
LARPing.
8, so I maybe tripped up a bit. Someone might notice. But you know, I'm trying to be as distracting as possible. So maybe I'm just maybe threw off a few too many like flashbang type things.
Yeah, I think
You're making it a little too obvious.
you got a
Uh-huh.
little bit too into it, but for the effect that you want it to do, for the average onlooker, they're gonna be like, "What the heck is this person doing?"
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say your attempt was successful, but you do notice some strange, for lack of a better term from Rick and Morty, like sci-fi noises coming nearby, but you're like on par with the volume.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
And you see some other like patrolling cops, like a flashlight points towards you, and you hear somebody shouting in the distance.
Mhm.
So that's going pretty well. Just for fun, give me one more charlatan roll, because they made 2 use magic rolls.
Okay. All right. That'll be an 11.
All right. You redouble your efforts. You captivate your audience in some never before seen jump, spins, twirls, and chanting. You're like, I read some Latin somewhere once, and you're like, carpe diem, yeah. And people get real worried and really excited, and now there are more flashlights and more red
I
and
start
blue
singing the
lights.
Sephiroth theme.
Yeah.
It's like it sounds vaguely Latin and menacing. Here we go.
And as the Sephiroth theme continues, we hear the same thing behind the Winter Queen as she takes very deliberate steps towards the tree stump, and she begins making her own magic. And as you see the runes begin to fade, they get about 3/4 of the way gone before they stop fading, and they start to slowly come back. However, you see the witch, her hood thrown back now, and her white hair being blown back in the wind. You see behind her the White Rider, just merely keeping like in her flank behind her, protecting her. And you see the White Rider's head turn to the side as the door to the hut opens up, and Baba Yaga steps out, and she thrusts forth her cane in her hand towards the Winter Queen, and starts to slowly bend whatever magic coming from the Winter Queen to herself, and they appear locked in some type of middle ground battle. And Baba Yaga begins to like shout above the volume of the wind being created by this magic here. She says, "Do the ritual backwards. I will attempt to chain my daughter." And
What?
so your job is to remove the runes from the stump.
Oh shit.
And put it on the Winter Queen.
So she wants you to do it backwards and give me one more weird roll.
Yes.
To attempt to move the
Oh.
bindings from the tree.
That's dope.
Oh, I gotta roll.
I got
two.
a 7.
Okay, we got a 10, we got a 7.
An 11.
Okay. I rolled poorly again, so we're both gonna get a feedback of 1 harm to Fel and to Astrid. What we see is these runes begin to continue and completely dissolve from the stump, and it's almost like this electrical noose moving off of the stump as it slowly slides through the air and begins to move around the Winter Queen. At which point we see the rider begin to stand in front of the queen, like unsure what to do, and attempts to brace herself in front of it to block whatever this snare is. I don't suppose anyone would like to intervene.
If we intervene, won't it interrupt the ritual though?
I would love to intervene if I can.
Well, takes care of that.
I mean, I've caused quite a distraction over yonder with flashbangs and stuff.
Yeah, let's say people start to chase you. I could see you taking off.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But I can give you an act under pressure.
Okay. All right.
You stumble back into the clearing in front of all the houses. You see some weird magic stuff going on as the magical noose is moved off of the tree stump towards the Winter Queen. And you see Baba Yaga like locked in some weird arcane melee.
Okay. So acting under pressure.
Plus cool.
I got an 8.
Okay.
Oh god.
You can attempt to tackle the rider out of the way, which might cause you some harm or put you in the way of the noose. You can attempt to join into the ritual to further control it and enhance its effect, but you're not sure what that'll do. Or yeah, you can put yourself in the way of it, or you can add to it with your own effects. Or I guess you could also confront the writer directly. This one, for the record, does look worse off than the previous two. Like, incrementally.
Okay.
Like, however bad the previous writer looked, this one looks even more terrible. But the writer also does look slightly conflicted as she glances between the queen and Thomas.
I think I'd like to confront the writer directly.
Okay.
And, you know...
Oh, shoot, I forgot. And one more thing.
Oh god.
There is another horn at the belt of this last rider.
What is the deal with these horns?
Ah, okay.
Where's the bird?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. If I use the horn right now, the bird might appear. But
Is that good
I-
or bad?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I really don't know.
No.
But I'm thinking something like tackling or confronting the rider is what I want to do. Frankly, I don't care if I get hurt at this point. Just need to stop the rider from interfering.
Okay.
So, I'm thinking perhaps like getting in her way and uh and Thomas invoked the name Nikolai before, right?
No, her name is Laura.
Yeah, he mentioned Nikolai.
I mentioned Nikolai.
Yeah. It's like
her name is Lara.
Laura. Laura, yeah. My friend Thomas said Nikolai didn't want you to do this. We're trying to help.
What's your argument here? You mentioned these, but I'm gonna need a request in order to manipulate someone. Here's some information.
Okay.
Please do X.
Please don't interfere.
Yeah. Roll plus charm.
Okay.
The most charming one.
Yeah, the most charming one.
Bad feelings.
That'll be a 9.
Alright, a 9. They'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show you mean it. Or if you ask too much, they'll do what you want, if anything.
You know, I was
Particularly.
willing for him to get hurt. Maybe he's actually stepping into her blade.
For which person? I think on that roll, Laura will yell back, that you've taken me away from my brothers. If you're sure there's some way we could be reunited. And you see the Winter Queen kind of like snap her head back, looking back at the rider, saying this. And the Winter Queen says, "You are under my service, not theirs. Do what you're told." And Anna glances, or not Anna, Laura glances between the Queen and you. If you
Thomas can contact spirits. If anyone can make sure you end up together, it's him.
I'll tell you what, if anything, it would take for them to do it. I feel like you've already rolled manipulate someone.
Okay.
Thomas, what's a way that you can assure somebody? Because you're a little preoccupied.
What the way I can assure it?
Yeah.
Well, my original plan in the back of my head is if we didn't get them all released from her before this, I was actually going to use my favor to get any that are left freed. My favor of Baba Yaga.
So, I would say it's a group effort. Valraven says that you have a way to reunite her with her brothers. So if there's some way you can chime in or offer something, that would do it.
Could just shoot her.
It's true, you could just shoot her in the head, that'll work, but
Them silver bullets.
That is true.
It's how we did the other two.
I'll just say to her, because I can do that while doing the ritual, right?
Yeah.
I can at least.
But she just might consider that a threat though, and not reuniting them because she doesn't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But she did see him summon the spirit before.
She did. This is, I would say you don't have anything personally you can offer. If Thomas offers something comparable, I'll say that's a success.
I will say to Laura, if we complete this ritual, Baba Yaga owes each of us individually a favor, and I promised Nikolai that I would do everything in my power to set all of you free, so that you can be together again. And I'm willing to use my favor to do that.
Yeah, that's the writer.
I would say that's a pretty compelling argument, right?
Yeah, the writer
Mhm.
looks at Baba Yaga and sees the power struggle between them, literally. And you see the writer take her falchion from her side and tosses it out in front of her and takes one of those big yard-long steps back out of the way. And we see the magical noose lift up off of the tree stump over to the queen. And the queen now lets out this scream and leans further into her power and begins to move it back. And you see Baba Yaga reach down with one hand by her belt and pull up the hourglass and throws it into the ground, and it shatters and whips up the sand into her other hand and begins to push it back into the same arcane melee and forcibly shoves the noose onto the Winter Queen. And then she throws up her hand, and snow and lightning bolts fly everywhere, and there's sand scattered around. And you hear that stereotypical cackle of an evil witch cackling into the night as you see the Winter's Queen arms bound to her side. This electricity around her as you see runes begin to tattoo on the lengths of her arms, and you can see them a bit on her face and her sides. And she contracts inward, and Baba Yaga begins to do that same Doctor Strange spin as there's now a snowy portal underneath her, and you see the queen sucked into the portal underneath, and she closes it up, and it's left with all of you in the clearing as Fell falls to one knee, a little injured from the experience. The queen is not here. There are no runes, and Baba Yaga looks really, really healthy. Like her power restored to her gives her that vibrant look and feel.
All I say is, everyone, Baba Yaga's house now.
Don't need to be told twice.
Yeah.
You.
Val is going to go over to Val and help him up and make sure he's all right.
Yeah, he is not as strong as most hunters, but I'm going to say that 2 harm doesn't kill him, but compared to what Thomas had, he's got the blood in the nose, he's got it from the eyes, a little bit from the ears. He's a little out of his power element.
I
Oh.
also turn to Astrid. What about Jess?
So you said that, like, losing years affected my memory. Do I know who Jess is?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Do I really know who any of these people are?
You know who Jess is?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know any happy instances between the two of you. You
Oh,
know all the
no.
times that you've screwed up. You know all the things that you've said wrong. You know every word of every argument. But you also feel instilled with a little bit of power from somewhere.
From suddenly being 30
You
and,
can
like, feeling like I have my shit together.
No, you can still feel the
Nah.
Works
in my
for me.
experience.
You,
Oh my.
perhaps in addition, also feel the contractually obligated power well within you as you all take off towards the hut.
Jess, where is Jess? I look at Phil. What happened to Jess?
You turn to Fell and you see an army of police lights and sirens heading your way, at the front of which is Jess leading the charge.
Well,
Oh no.
Found her.
so there's Jess. I think we should get in the hut.
Is
I'm
she
getting in the
leading
hut.
it or is she being chased?
Little column A, little column B. She's in front of
Oh
it,
no.
but almost being overtaken by them, but also trying to stay in front. It's like I need to maintain this
alright,
cover, but
yeah.
also I need to see what happens.
Yeah, so let's go into the house, disappear, you can connect with her later.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be happy if I put myself in danger
I
on
mean,
her
if
behalf.
she does stay in front, maybe she'll get inside the house before everyone else. But I'm not sure she would want to explain.
You know what?
I think
She
that
is
cover
a
already
part of the
was.
fucking Winter Court. She is great at taking care of herself.
So all of you are filing in one by one into the hut?
Yep.
Okay.
And the police will surround the hut, and then hopefully we will disappear.
Yeah.
Or go to the future where they're not surrounding the hut.
So yeah, you all file one by one into the hut. Baba Yaga steps in and closes the door behind her. Before, not in a hurry, just kind of walks into the kitchen again, back to her usual shit. And she just kind of continues stirring pots, grabbing ingredients the same way that Astrid had first met her. And doesn't give any indication that the hut has done anything.
Mm-hmm.
And after like a solid awkward 5 minutes where everyone stands around, she finally pipes up. So what is it that you want? She says with a little bit more malice and less cheer in her voice.
Ooh, she's not happy.
Oh. Oh, is this supposed to become effective immediately? Okay. And then he kind of looks to everyone and is just like,
Quick above board. Did the writer follow us into Baba Yaga's house?
No.
Okay.
Is Greta still here?
Greta is still there asleep on the pillow.
Okay.
So what'll it be?
Well, I guess Thomas will go first since he already knows.
Mhm.
I would like all of the writers to be, or any that are left stuck under the service of the Winter Queen, to be free so they can be back together again and rest in peace, or whatever it is they need to do.
Baba Yaga nods, waves her hands, and Thomas disappears, as well as the writer, or any writers you may have seen, leaving the 4 of you in there.
I will go
did I
over.
Yeah,
You're
Thomas
done.
disappeared.
Okay. Oh, right, the 4.
I'll go over to Astrid. And I'm gonna take her hands in mine. I'm gonna do one of these and like hold them up to my face. Does Astrid remember any of our relationship?
Probably the bad parts that I fucked up.
All of the bad parts.
that I fucked up.
Is Baba Yaga looking at us
Likely.
at
No.
all, or is
It
she
is her
just
ha-
stirring her
it
pot?
is her house.
I mean,
She's
to be
probably
fair, does
acutely
she
aware
need
of
to
all
look
the
at
drama
you?
going on.
Mm-hmm.
Alex makes a good point. She doesn't have to look at you. She's doing her own
Perfect.
thing.
Perfect.
But she knows.
I'm gonna take like a good 10 seconds and look directly into Astrid's eyes.
Mhm.
I'm gonna lean in for a kiss if
Mhm.
it's reciprocated.
No, because here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull you into a hug instead. And I'm gonna hold you tightly. I'm just gonna tell you that I'm so glad that you are safe. What happened to me? Do not feel bad about this, because it's worth it to see you just. It's worth it to see you.
Oh
okay.
God, this is gonna make it so much worse for me. Oh shit. I'm gonna start crying, and then I'm gonna whisper in your ear, I wish we'd never met.
Okay. And
That is my wish.
and I pull back. I start crying because, that's fair. But yeah,
I'm dying.
she's still sad.
I'm dying right now.
Baba Yaga pulls her spoon out of her pot she's stirring, bangs it against the side twice, and both of you disappear.
Oh, fuck.
How does Astrid get her favor then?
Oh, we're getting there.
Okay.
Shit. Oh shit.
So, Fel and Val are the ones left.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I just need information. I need to know what my father will trade for my contract.
Baba Yaga reaches for a drawer nearby, opens it, picks out a rolled up scroll before handing it to you. Or at least holding it out for you to take.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And as you take the scroll, without looking back, she points towards the door and says, "Now be gone."
Okay. Yep, we'll tuck that scroll in and exit.
And as you open the door to leave, you look back, waiting for Fel to come through before the door shuts, separating you and Fel. And we see Thomas waking up from his nap off of his computer keyboard, where he did before, researching who these symbols and people were. There's no fingerprints on the glass. He just fell asleep while doing some research. We do see on the dresser next to him a framed photograph of 3 Russian peasants, arms together, sitting on his bookshelf.
Yay.
Am I the only one who got a good end out of this?
Yeah.
Everybody else seems to have gotten a bad end.
I'm fucking dying.
We see Omina running through the night, hopping over posts and fences as a cat, doing whatever it is that Omina likes, before finally turning back into a human and putting on clothes and sitting at a booth in the Waffle House by herself. Eventually,
does she have the Waffle House princess shirt?
She does. Before eventually
Yay!
Val Raven enters in through the building, sitting down opposite, and they both chat about their day, having coffee and waffles. And in the other end of the Waffle House, we see Astrid sitting by herself, not knowing who the other two are, contemplating what to do with her favor.
Val's my cousin.
Yeah?
Unfortunately, you don't know who he is.
Oh,
okay.
And as you contemplate what your wish or favor may be, I think that's an okay place to stop.
Yeah.
And Phil's been kidnapped a fucking goddamn again. Damn it.
Oh God.
I'll let everybody chill for a moment, but...
Yeah, hang on. I have a surprise for everyone.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah?
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah.
I did have a wish, but it's just like I'm just gonna leave that up to let you guys wonder that now.
Yeah, not that I wanted to take away your wish. You totally can. We can do some exposition,
Mhm.
but
No, no, I like the ambiguity of like what will she wish? But I mean, I still have the memories of Baba Yaga, right?
oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, and Val certainly knows that Baba Yaga's at Fell, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just have
Consider
to figure out what information does
You
everybody
got
the
know.
Love it.
This is
Like
how
a-
committed I am to a fucking bit.
So I believe officially our plan was to play a game until Monster of the Week was over. Air quotes. Hopefully with Fell's situation and a potential wish, that leaves it open to picking up into weird stuff if we wanted.
Oh, the thing is, the whole contract situation was because Fell got kidnapped in the first place. So now that Fell's been kidnapped again,
Look, Fell wasn't part of the deal.
you're right. You're right. He wasn't.
Dang.
He
Yeah,
never
I
And,
made
might
it
just
into the house.
I might just leave like Astrid like where she is and pick up with like a new character if that's okay.
We totally could.
Okay.
But-
Because I feel like, just like leaving her in that ambiguous place of like, what's she gonna do? What's she, with her wish? What's she gonna do with her life? I feel like, thematically that works. It tracks.
yeah, but basically, Valraven made a deal with the devil because Fell got kidnapped last time.
Mhm.
Oh.
No, you made it. You made a deal with Baba Yajol.
Yeah,
Bobby and
yeah.
Joel.
But it's just like this. This basically pulls out all the stops now for Val.
Well, that sounded like the most interesting choice.
Mhm.
I had a plan for things to happen a certain way, and they didn't, and I'm kind of glad they didn't.
Oh, what was the plan?
You fuck
Was
up
it
your
rocks
plans
fall, everyone
constantly.
dies?
I tried.
Maybe. But I think
I'm-
as far as the stream goes, I had fun playing with everybody in this crazy system I've never done before. There's
That
some
was-
weird shit.
It was
Mhm.
so good.
Aw, it's so fun.
Yeah.
I think our goal is to jump to a new RPG, so I get to play something.
I believe the current plan, unless anybody else wants to intervene, is I'm going to
Or is that the
quickly
magical girl
learn
one?
Glitter Hearts and run a real fucked up magical girl campaign.
I want to play a real fucked up girl magical girl campaign.
Sounds like fun.
I got you.
But yeah,
And guess what? I got a magical girl that I'm playing in another game that I could just
Yeah.
bring into this one because she is real fucked up.
Yeah. So if you want, I don't know why I didn't do this every time, but if you want to shout out yourself at all and chill about anything you do, who you are in this game.
I have nothing to shill.
Alright. Alex went first. Alex, a friend I know from long, long ago. He doesn't have a Twitter. He's an old man who doesn't like the internet and shakes his
Just
fist at
at-
clouds.
Just at Joel if you want to at Alex.
That's
Yeah,
true.
don't at me because you can't.
Oh.
So going clockwise, Lily, who are you? What do you do?
My name is Lily. I can be found on Twitter at somedaylily. I've been on a brief hiatus from doing TTRPG design work and editing, and I'm looking to get back into it pretty soon. Zan and I actually published a game last year, the beta version, called Parliament of Potions that you can find on my itch page.
Yeah. If you want to send me that info, I'll leave it in my YouTube description for people to look at later.
For sure.
Zan, who are you and what do you do?
I am Zan Larson, and you can find me on Twitter. I have been taking a hiatus from social media for a while, but you can still find some of my stuff on there. And I am an artist. I do a lot of illustrations for tabletop RPGs and character design, stuff like that. You can find my work in the Uncaged books, and I actually wrote an adventure for Uncaged Volume 2. But Uncaged, Book of Seasons, Big Book of Cats, and if you loved Omina, you'll probably love the Big Book of Cats.
Big Book of Cats is great.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Liz, who are you?
Well, I'm Liz. Last name withheld. You can find me on Twitter at thatcharmingliz, all one word. And what do I do? Gosh, not much. If anything, I would describe myself as I describe what I do online as being a fan of other people. Whether it's like, Joel doing his various things, our friend Logan doing his streaming stuff with magic, or my sister who's in a band called Loudmouth Brass. I feel like I have to put that out there. They're up in Minnesota. They do brass music. She's the tubist. She's adorable. And she's great. Love her. So, yeah, that's what I do. I just I'm really just a fan of other people doing amazing things, and I try to put it out there in the world.
Yeah. So we're gonna wind down this campaign, figure out what we're doing next, and we hope to see you all then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.